Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution. China threatened Trump right in his face live on TV. What humiliation. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, U.S. has been humbled. The whole world is watching. Trump is a sucker.
As soon as the camera shut off, Xi Jinping laid into Donald Trump and he issued an urgent warning. Don't you dare for a second think that you're going to help Taiwan. You understand, Donald? Xi Jinping said there will be a collision or even major clashes if you continue down a path to support Taiwan. If you mishandle this even a little.
Even Fox News is saying China issued a veiled threat. No, China didn't issue no veiled threat. China checked Trump in his face on the first day. First day he met Xi Jinping, put them in their place, and let them know if y'all dare want to play games about Taiwan, this gonna go bad for y'all. But if you want to get out of our business with Taiwan, then we can help y'all as y'all are on y'all knees begging for help. But he checked them and let them know if you want to play these Taiwan games, since y'all been talking all that shit on TV, that was crazy. Since y'all been talking tough on TV, and we letting y'all know in y'all face, y'all want to get in our business with Taiwan, that's going to go bad for y'all. And China absolutely told Trump that to his face. That's why he's looking like that.
Little bit, you're over, Donald Trump. Now, Xi Jinping said that the U.S. needs to immediately clarify that Washington.
I wouldn't expect it. I don't know what the fuck Trump and the U.S. thought they was doing, going to China and after they talked all that shit and pretending like he was somebody that he wasn't. They've been saying Trump gonna make demands. U.S. media been saying Trump is going to confront Xi Jinping. Well, Trump was talking about how beautiful China is, acting real friendly, and Xi Jinping cut to the chase. Nigga, y'all going to come here for peace or we going to have war? Which one y'all want?
And does not support any Taiwanese independence. And Xi Jinping says, put it on the record. If you're coming here to try to get us to help you get a bailout when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, if you're coming here to get a bailout to try to get the rare earths that you need now that your munitions are totally depleted, if you're trying to come here for a bailout for all of your CEOs to manipulate the market, if you want us to help you out, you need to make it very clear, Donald, that you have no further support of Taiwan. Folks, we knew that this moment was always coming. And after Xi Jinping delivered this warning to Donald Trump looked like he saw a ghost. Donald Trump and Xi Jinping were outside in front of cameras a second time. And again, Donald Trump looked like he saw a ghost as members of the press were trying to ask him questions. And all he could say is, China is beautiful. China is beautiful. It was really strange, really frightening to watch. Here, play this clip.
How are your talks, sir?
Great. Great place. China and Russia see how weak and pathetic the U.S. is with Iran. Why the fuck would Xi Jinping even play any games with Trump and them? They're in a superior position. Trump brought all his business people over here on their knees because the U.S. is $35 trillion in debt. China not. The U.S. is running out of ammunition. China not. The U.S. is lying on their TV to the Americans, but now the whole world can see who's actually in power. China checked Trump on the first day, and Trump walked around just in a daze because he's trying to gather himself.
China's beautiful.
Did you talk about Taiwan, Mr. President?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, did you talk about Taiwan?
Hey, thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Okay.
And get this, China's
the reporter. Did you ask him about Taiwan? The hell now, nigga. China brought up Taiwan, nigga. See, they've been lying, talking. The U.S. media been lying, talking about Trump gonna confront, and British media, Trump gonna confront China over Taiwan and over Iran. What? Are you crazy? China did the confronting. China put the U.S. and Trump in their face live on TV and let him know. Y'all want to keep sending Taiwan weapons, then there's nothing to talk about. You're leaving here empty-handed and you're going to be broke and you're militarily finished. You're running out of ammunition. If y'all want to get out of our business and you put it on the record, you're never going to get in our business with Taiwan again, then maybe we can talk some business. And all them clowns walking around there shamed and humiliated. And the whole
Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning put out a statement on behalf of Xi Jinping, telling the world precisely what Xi Jinping warned Donald Trump about. Here's what China's spokesperson said. President Xi stressed to Donald Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. Taiwan independence and cross-strait peace are irreconcilable as fire and water. Safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the biggest common denominator between China and the U.S. Folks, this is exactly what we predicted was going to happen. And you have Xi Jinping dropping the hammer, putting the screws into Donald Trump right now. And you saw how weak Donald Trump is responding. It is so pathetic to watch. Now, Xi Jinping has been setting the tone and terms of this meeting from the jump. Earlier yesterday, we learned that Chinese companies were discussing not so secretly selling weapons to Iran through third countries to try to hide the shipments. But China wanted this story leaked, to be clear. While the story says this is coming from U.S. intelligence, because U.S. intelligence is also trying to say, hey, Donald.
Yeah, the U.S. so dumb they should have never sent Taiwan weapons. Now they begging China. You're so dumb you should have never sent Ukraine weapons. Now you're begging Putin to stop helping Iran. They're not going to stop helping. It's the fall of the U.S. empire. They have been humiliated in China, and the whole world see it.
You may want to pay attention to what the hell is happening. China doesn't care that the U.S. knows it. And look, Foreign Minister Araghchi of Iran was there in China less than a week ago talking about how China was supporting Iran militarily, politically, diplomatically. So now U.S. officials aren't sure whether any of the weapons were actually delivered or not delivered, although it does appear that the MANPADS, the portable anti-aircraft missiles, that's what could have been used as delivered by China to Iran to shoot down the F-15E that was over Iran. U.S. intelligence previously suggested China may have been sending these MANPADS to Iran. Officials also say that China has already helped Iran with intelligence gathering and picking out the U.S. targets that Iran were able to successfully hit. We also heard from a Washington Post story from U.S. intelligence officials that China has gained a major edge on the U.S. due to the Iran war. U.S. intelligence finds a good scoop by the Post right here. A confidential new U.S. intelligence analysis details how China is exploiting the war in Iran to maximize its advantage over the United States across a range of fields, including military, economic, and diplomatic. The assessment was produced this week for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and has raised alarms within the Pentagon about the geopolitical costs of Washington's standoff with Tehran as Trump enters into these talks with Xi Jinping. And as I'm going to continue to reiterate, Trump falling right into the fatal trap set by China. On the military front, the war has drained the munitions of both the United States and the United States Arab allies and the United States Asian allies. The United States security umbrella in the Middle East is gone. The United States security umbrella in Asia is gone. This is why Xi Jinping says, so now what?
So imagine the U.S. to replenish their stockpiles, you have to go to China because China got the rare earth materials that you need to make your advanced weapons. How fucking stupid is the U.S.? Now you have to beg China for more rare earth minerals so you can make more weapons so one day you could attack China? I don't think so, fool. You played yourself.
Make it very clear that you're not supporting Taiwan. You want us to play ball on these other fields? That's what you're going to do for me, Donald. pay attention. We're going to hear more about this today for sure. So some of whom have bought weapons from China since the war began, the report says that some Arab nations are now buying their weapons from China. Some countries that used to get their weapons from the U.S. is like, no, we ain't doing this no more. The U.S. is not reliable. Beijing also has assisted countries.
The U.S. military equipment is crappy, overpriced, and it don't work. We're seeing it today in Iran. We watched what Pakistan used Chinese weapons and defeated India. The world is watching. Why would anybody buy that overpriced junk and they keep losing war after war? Because the weapons is not meant to win wars. They're meant to drain your pockets, and the U.S. citizens better raise up because they don't give a fuck. They're going to tell us we're going to fight China. They don't give a damn about losing a war to China. They're going to tell you that war is going to cost you $20 trillion. They're going to take all your funds out your bank account. That's what they're setting you up for. A war they could never win because they don't give a damn about winning no war. It's just about stealing our money.
Around the world struggling to meet their energy needs after the U.S.-Israeli attack invasion prompted Iran to close the Hormuz Strait. China is presenting itself as a solutions provider in providing access to jet fuel and other products that are in short supply as a bridge for the short term. He said, since the war started, Beijing has reached out to Thailand, Australia, the Philippines, and other countries to help them manage their energy needs, and is offering access to Chinese-produced green energy technology as a longer-term solution. Yes, China leaning in on green energy while Donald Trump goes, oh, the green new scam, it's all a scam, windmills, solar, let's get rid of that, and let's make the big, beautiful gushers. Let's do big, beautiful. China knows what it's doing. Okay. And this is helping China improve its relations. And when it improves its relations, it can sell more products. It can sell those incredible cars that China's manufacturing. It can enter more deals. China's economy is growing while the U.S. is suffering. This is not altruism, analysts are saying. It is Beijing seizing on an opportunity to drive wedges between America and its traditional partners. During past energy crises, Washington has dispatched officials around the world and convened emergency meetings to address the shortage. But the Trump administration has not shown any interest in such an effort. This has created an opening that Beijing is working to fill, said an analyst. So normally when there would be energy shocks, the U.S. would say, hey, we're the leader of the world. We want to help. In this case, Donald Trump and Netanyahu caused the energy shock. Then Donald Trump's not even helping. He's saying, screw you all. You try to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Good luck. Then China's coming in with solutions. And China's saying, look, we're the new hegemon in town. The U.S. is not the leader of the free world anymore. They're not the leader of the world. NATO is gone. They don't have any Article 5 guarantees. Their security umbrella is gone. Let us help you. And then we can talk about what else should be involved in that assistance. Economic, can go mutual. Militarily, we could talk that. Let's talk about a new international geostrategic architecture that watches the American power wane while China rises. That's what's going on in front of our eyes.
The best state to live in right now is Texas, and nobody's talking about it. Mm-hmm. I've spent the last 30 years as a financial advisor helping everyday people like you save a lot of money on.
Produced by the Joint Staff, by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs Staff Intelligence Directorate, the report uses what's known as a DIME framework to assess China's response to Iran's conflict via 4 instruments of state power: diplomatic, informational, militarily, and economic. The report notes that Beijing has incorporated popular criticisms of the war in its public messaging, labeling the conflict as an illegal war. China has long sought to undermine the image of the United States as a responsible steward of the rules-based international order. Well, that's pretty easy when the United States is now led by a literal psychotic, maniac, vile piece of trash in the Oval Office, a literal war criminal who rants and raves like a lunatic, and at 2:30, 3:30 a.m. in the morning is posting to arrest former President Obama and other QAnon memes. So not that difficult to actually demonstrate the lack of predictability, reliability of the United States. in a world that craves certainty, in a business environment that craves certainty. When asked about the findings, Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell, he's a hack, he said, assertions claiming the global balance of power have shifted towards any nation other than the United States of America are fundamentally false. Experts said the findings provides new insights while reinforcing the growing consensus that the conflict is tilting the balance of power in Beijing's favor. The war in Iran is massively improving China's geopolitical position. That's an understatement. So before Donald Trump even arrived in China, though, China made it very clear, do not even for a second bring up Taiwan. We bring up Taiwan and we tell you what to do, Donald Trump. You understand? We want you to recognize China's rights to Taiwan. Give it up immediately. China laid into Donald Trump after they had the little kids run around Donald Trump. They gave Donald Trump his little carnival ceremony that he wanted.
The point is, China did it on camera and before the world, bro. Ain't no, we caught it on a hot mic. Ain't no leak saying this will happen. No, Xi Jinping checked that man on camera in front of everybody, bro.
Then China laid into Donald Trump. They said to Donald Trump, your sanctions against Iran and your sanctions against the world and your tariffs against the world are patently illegal. Trade negotiations will happen under Chinese conditions. We will tell you when we want to negotiate, how we want to negotiate, and you will not be pushing us around at all. Also, ahead of this meeting between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping, Iran granted more than 10 Chinese ships, including those VLCC oil tankers, those very large cargo container ships, those massive tankers that you see, those massive cargo ships that you see. Iran granted 10 of these Chinese ships immediately, forthwith, permission to.
Goddamn right. So while Trump is in China, Iran filled up a bunch of these big old tankers full of oil and sent them towards China. Ooh, chess. Go ahead, Trump. Seize China oil while you in China begging for money. Go ahead. Seize they shit while you in China begging them for money. He not going to do it. Play them again.
Transit the Strait of Hormuz in the past 48 hours through its Persian Gulf Strait Authority that Iran and Oman set up, preempting any U.S. attempt to use China as leverage on Iran during the summit. So if the U.S. was going to say, hey, China, maybe we could help you a little bit in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran said, we're making it very clear. China, you're our ally. Your ships get out right now. We're going to let 10 of your ships out right now. And this was all coordinated when Foreign Minister Araghchi was there in China. Iran's foreign minister was in China meeting with Wang Yi last week. And then they both put out statements showing support of Iran militarily, economically, etc. With China receiving 50% of its oil through Hormuz, Xi Jinping can now tell Trump that Chinese ships are transiting while the Hormuz crisis is Trump's problem. In other words, Donald, we're not worried a second about the Strait of Hormuz. China's been building up the largest oil reserves that exist in the world, and we're fine. We get up.
Trump told the U.S. he has a blockade on Iran. Nothing's going in, nothing's going out. They keep telling us that. Nothing's going in, nothing's going out. 10 tankers full of that good, sweet Iranian crude on the way to China. And all Trump got to do is stop them, bro. Seize them tankers, steal it. You said you're a pirate. Steal those tankers full of oil. You can do it. You got the military power. Oh, but you're not going to do it because then you're going to anger China while you're in China begging for money. And that's going to make things worse.
Get our oil through the Strait of Hormuz. We can do what we want. You, on the other hand, are the one that's stuck, and your allies are stuck. Having an American military base in your country is a liability. Being an ally with the United States is a liability. So what's Donald Trump saying with all of that? I mean, you saw that meeting yesterday where Donald Trump's like, gee, you're a great leader. You're a great leader. Really? Do you know how weak you look? Here, play this clip.
You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth.
Then Donald Trump says,
That's
really.
Why y'all called the man a dictator, a communist. Some of y'all say he should be assassinated along with Putin, like he did Gaddafi. You know, but to his face, you're so great. China's so great. This the land of milk and honey. I never seen a country so perfect. This is a big, beautiful, perfect country. That man has been humiliated for all of eternity.
Impressed by all of the children that I
Begging
saw.
for money.
Let's play this
Crazy.
clip.
Like few have ever seen before. And I think I was particularly impressed by those children. They were happy. They were beautiful. The military is obvious. It couldn't be better, but those children were amazing and they represent so much. And I know they represent so much to you.
Then Xi Jinping talks about the
Beautiful children. Never seen children so beautiful. Military. Perfect. Never seen a more perfect military. What the fuck is going on? Is this Trump? He said we had the most beautiful children in America. Not anymore. He's in China. He said we had the biggest and most perfect and more capable military in the world. Not anymore. He's in China. So they have it.
the Thucydides trap, how the world is experiencing massive transformation, and that in this massive transformation, Trump must avoid the Thucydides trap. In other words, the U.S. should allow the rising power China to rise and step aside. That's what Xi Jinping's saying. Step aside, Donald. Step aside, U.S. Play this clip.
Currently, transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the globe, and the international situation is fluid and turbulent. The world has come to a new crossroads. Can China and the United States overcome the Thucydides trap?
More from Xi Jinping to Trump here, talking about how in the interest of the future, we could be helpful or maybe not, but I would prefer that we can be helpful together. Here, play this clip.
What are you doing?
I'm packing a laptop for a new Maestro student.
Oh, what is Maestro?
It's the first AI university.
Can we, in the interests of the well-being of our two peoples and the future of humanity?
It's just two people in the whole world. When he sit down with them, he ain't the fucking big dog. And that's Xi Jinping and that's Putin. Xi Jinping just not in the mood for the bullshit right now because Trump been trying to humiliate China, take all their oil off the market. If U.S. would have defeated Iran, it would have fucked China economy up. China needs some of that revenue. Like when they seized Venezuelan oil, China was doing a lot of business with Venezuela. I don't know what Trump thought he was going to do. Just that narcissism, that we are Americans. That's what had their ass sitting in China getting humiliated today. Knowing they've been talking all that shit about China, trying to cripple the Chinese economy. Imagine it backfired. Our economy is crippled. They're getting humiliated in Iran. Now they got to go. And understand this, they're in China begging for money and resources. That's a fact.
Build a brighter future together for our bilateral relations. These are the questions vital to history, to the world, and to the people.
And you know who was not liking any of this? Lindsey Graham. Here's what he had to say. He's like, we're going to tariff China. Play this clip.
You named the allies of China. They're all dirtbags. They're aligned with the worst people in the world.
Look at it.
They're buying oil cheaply from Iran, keeping their war machine going.
See?
Same thing with Russia. If China stopped buying Iranian oil or threatened to do it, the war in Iran would be over. All I'm asking China to do is help us open up the Strait of Hormuz, help us stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, because I think they would use it, help us end the bloodbath in Russia, Ukraine, that is hurting the world economy. If you help us, I will be very grateful. If you don't help us and you continue to prop up these regimes, I will do business with you on Monday and put tariffs on you on Tuesday. And the only thing China...
The tariffs that the Supreme Court said was illegal, but they still think Americans don't know no better. They still want you to think they're in control. You do what we say, China, or we're going to tariff you. China already told you they don't give a damn about that. We can go tariff for tariff. We can go sanction for sanction. And the U.S. lost that battle. But this fool on TV, this is called propaganda, want the Americans to still feel like you're in control. You can do something. It's nothing they can fucking do with China.
China understands is what I just said. Xi is not a crazy man. He's not irrational. If he believed President Trump would crush his economy, the Chinese economy, for propping up Putin and Iran, I think he would change his behavior. You don't need to threaten him directly, but you need to make it real to him.
That was another sign of Donald Trump's utter weakness. Vladimir Putin, who's allied with China and Iran, used Donald Trump's trip as a pretext as well to launch perhaps the biggest, if not one of the biggest, drone and ballistic missile attacks on Ukraine since Russia's invasion began. Over the past 24 hours, Russia has attacked Ukraine with approximately 1,300 drones and 50 missiles.
That's a whole nother story in itself. Putin tired of playing games. Nuclear war is on the table. He just tested a missile that's go like 35,000 miles. It can go around the world a couple of times and hit whatever it won't come back. All kind of crazy stuff. But Russia's really tired of playing games with Europe and Trump and every fucking body else. And they're more emboldened because they see how weak militarily the U.S. is with Iran. That was a bad idea to display your weakness like that to your enemy.
In addition to Kyiv, you have Kremchuk, Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, as well as the Odessa region all came under fire. This is because after more than 4 years, Europe has still not grasped that Russian production facilities must be destroyed in order to end this war. And a Russian missile, and obviously the U.S. is a lost cause, a Russian missile hit a Ukrainian apartment building in Kyiv overnight during a massive raid. The structure partially collapsed with Ukrainian rescue workers frantically digging through the rubble to find survivors in the morning. Just look at this map of the massive Russian drone and ballistic missile strike that was taking place last night as Donald Trump was there.
The paw ramp helps your small dog, old dog, clumsy dog, or nervous dog reach the bed or couch safely, helping to prevent injuries caused by jumping. The paw ramp is trusted by over 100,000 loving pet parents like yourself and is the #1 vet-recommended dog ramp.
If your dog has ever been diagnosed with an orthopedic condition, or they have arthritis, hip pain, back pain, knee
with Xi Jinping, you better believe this is all being coordinated. Xi Jinping's coordinating with Russia, Xi Jinping's coordinating with Iran, and Donald Trump's out there with his accordion hands. Oh, you're so strong. Yeah, China's so hot. China's so hot right now. Let me leave you all with these words of Kate from Kharkiv, what she said about these attacks by Russia. It was another horrible night in Ukraine. I keep describing that sticky, disgusting feeling of dread, of waiting for missiles that you know have been launched to fall somewhere and kill someone. Maybe this time, not you, or maybe. Morning comes, with it comes searching, rescuing, and recovering the bodies of people who did nothing wrong, who didn't deserve, who died tonight. It's been 4 years of this, more even. Countless bombings. I don't know if it's ever going to stop. Well, Donald Trump pledged that he was going to end the war in 24 hours. He is a fraud. He is a con man. He is a criminal. He is a felon. He is a sexual abuser in that he was found civilly liable for sexual assault. He is a bankrupter. Also, Donald Trump and his regime pledged they would decouple from China, that they would bring China to its knees, is what Donald Trump and Jameson Greer, his trade representative, and Scott Bessent all said. And Donald Trump getting checkmated as he has his whole life, like the loser that he is, the bankrupter that he is, the destroyer that he is. Sickening. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
Robert Pape of the University of Chicago. It's great to see you, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So, Professor, originally we're going to talk about Iran. However, you sent along some slides that you've put together from your most recent travels to China. We just spoke with a journalist about what happened or what's going to happen in this summit, but you have a little bit more of an interesting and more in-depth view. So let's go ahead and start with some of these and put these slides up here on the screen. And you can tell us a little bit about what we're seeing.
So the most important thing that's going to come out of this trip is the world is about to rediscover China in ways they are going to be blown away. And I know because I've been going to China since 1979. I've been touring economic industries since 1979. And when I went back in June last year, while we were bombing Fordow, I was touring China's advanced industries 2 weeks. And China is just simply becoming an AI juggernaut. This isn't about one company or one software ahead of America. That's a soda straw view of what's happening in China. The big picture, which is starting to blow away the journalists, is that China, we're beginning to confront the scale and the speed of China's already AI transformation in the economy. I don't just simply mean on the stock market. And so what China is doing is they are massively integrating AI, electrification, robotics, infrastructure in cities and manufacturing to uplift whole regions, not just simply small areas or small cities. They are producing massive products. This is what the journalists are discovering as they drive through Beijing. Cars, brand new, that are seas of cars, not seas of bicycles. And these are electric vehicles you can't buy in the United States. They're beyond Tesla. They're going to come back and they're going to say, I want one of those. And the reason is because during COVID, what happened is we put all our money, $10 trillion plus, in debt. And that was for good reason, to help our people. But what China did, and China can do this as an authoritarian state, they invested. They didn't give, they invested. And what I saw in China are not just seas of cars, but I visited these advanced cities now that have been uplifted in the last 5 years.
You don't know what an AI work management platform is? Yikes. Here's 3 new AI-powered
major construction that's occurring. Here's a good example. This is China's Pittsburgh, so to speak. And in 2015, when I was last there, it looks like Pittsburgh. Now, this is like a version of, Wuhan calls it their Optics Valley after Silicon Valley. These are advanced AI-driven laser robotics that are just uplifting the entire city of 10 million people. Because it's not just about building a company, they're integrating all this citywide. So there's massive construction going on. This is another good example. I was in Hangzhou in 1979. I was part of the trip I was on, and it was a fishing village. Today, look at this. This is a completely different Hangzhou. There's still some fishing there, by the way, but what you see is this has been uplifted as a city. Just imagine if that was St. Louis. Imagine if this is Shenzhen. Here's another example of what was a fishing village just a couple hours outside of Hong Kong on the Chinese side of the border. Also, I was there in 1979. Now, this is an industry leader. This is where BYD is. But notice the city. It's not just electric manufacturing, electric vehicle manufacturing. Look at the entire city of 10 million people. Brand spanking new airports. This is what we're missing. China, it's not that China's catching up to America, it's that we now need to catch up to China. And it's not about inventing a single product. You see, I think we think that, as long as we have the latest single widget, we are ahead. What China's doing is inventing new widgets and then diffusing them massively across whole sectors and regions. They've uplifted about 50 to 100 million people in the last 6 years. What have we done for our Rust Belt? What have we really done for Erie, Pennsylvania, where I was born, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, Detroit, Baltimore? They look almost exactly the same, and in many ways worse than they did 6 years ago. What has China done? They have invested up, and we're missing the big picture.
That's such an important point and important insight. And I wonder what you make of the fact President Trump was bragging about all of these CEOs who made the trip with him. You've got Tim Cook, you've got Jensen Huang, you've got Elon Musk, and over 12 individual CEOs of American companies who decided to go along with him, who he brought along with him. What do you make of that decision, and what do you think that indicates about what he's hoping to get out of this trip?
Everything, this slideshow you just showed, and I have a lot more, puts everything in a new light. Those tech bros are going because they're falling behind. They want to catch up. Elon Musk is getting beat out by BYD. He's going to try to find how can he get in on the electric panels that are we need for AI, we need massive electricity. What is China doing? They are producing massive solar power. And yeah, that will help the planet, but that's not why they're doing it. They're not selling it to help the planet. They're selling it to beat America and jettison above America. And those tech bros are going because they're falling behind. They don't want to admit it. They want to pretend, just like Trump victory talk. Same thing's been going on here. We are falling behind, and COVID was the hinge, and hardly anybody has been to China since COVID. I know, because when I used to go to China, I was surrounded by what? Americans. I go last June, there's no Americans. I mean, there are a few, but you could hardly find them. When was the last time a politician went to China? Gavin Newsom went about 18 months ago for 3 days. Okay. Wow. He went to BYD for 3 days, and there's still a video of it. That's it. And I came back. I tried to get a lot of politicians. I'm sorry to say, I tried to get journalists interested. Nobody could find the time because it wasn't on the radar. Well, Trump's trip here, this is what the journalists are all talking about. The seas of EVs, the green license plates, brand spanking new, beautiful Porsches EVs. This is not like Tercels. Okay, this is the leading edge. And they have even more that I got to see. And they won't put it, the robotic assembly lines, you can't find them on Google. That's why I had to go. So they are not bragging, talking smack like we do. What they're doing is staying under the radar and just eating our lunch.
Right. You know, Professor, to link this a little bit to Iran, if we could put F4, for example, up here on the screen. This is from the New York Times. New classified military intelligence assessments from earlier this month show Iran has regained access to most of its missile sites, launchers, underground facilities. U.S. intel assesses Iran has restored operational access to 30 of the 33 missile sites it maintains along the Straits of Hormuz, and that 90% of their Iranian underground missile sites are partially or fully operational. We just spoke with Andy Brown from Semaphore. He made clear Xi Jinping's #1 priority, 1, 2, and 3 out of this trip is something on Taiwan. Not necessarily a total change in the status quo, but trying to pierce the armor of the American view of Taiwan and his own Taiwan problem. It seems to me an American president has never met with a Chinese or even any counterparty in an instance in the midst of such a tremendous strategic defeat like what we have just suffered. And how that's going to shift the trip, I mean, I'm not exactly sure, not just because of what you're talking about their ascendance, but of our own weakness, of the relative weakness in a moment like this at the time of their meeting. I'm just curious.
Let me just make 2 points here, 3. So first, on your show a couple weeks ago, I said this is going to be scary for America because he's about to go in this position of strategic defeat. She's got all the cards. He's going to want concessions on Taiwan. So this was #1, absolutely predictable. #2, if you look at that intel assessment, so what has happened with America's bases? It's not that we didn't refurbish anything. Those are bases basically 30 years old, 20 years old. We're still living in the 90s a lot of the way like we're living in the Rust Belt in the 90s. Point #3. imagine what's going to happen now with this emerging alliance. Remember, I'm talking about China, Iran emerging as the fourth center of world power in concert with Russia and with China. Start to imagine even a trickle of China's AI that we're now seeing diffusing here in the electric vehicles and robotic assemblies, any of that going to Iran. And Iran can take advantage of it here. So this is the future here that we're going to contend with. We're still basically stuck in equipment, in basing structures that are 20 years out of date. With COVID, there was a hinge, and China used COVID to jettison ahead in AI, not inventing a single product, but in diffusing this and integrating this across whole sectors. This could be Iran in the coming years.
Yeah.
Wow, that is very fascinating to think about. And Trump tried to downplay the Iran aspect of what would be discussed with China, saying, oh, I don't think that's going to be a big part of it. What do you make of China's view on our attack on Iran, on the Iran war? Trump loves to point out that they get a lot more of their oil through the Strait of Hormuz, which is true, than we do. So they certainly are impacted by it. Of course, China is a nation that does a lot of trade with the world. So anytime that trade flows are impacted, that's going to be something that they pay close attention to. So what do you think will be said and discussed with regard to the Iran war on this trip?
Yeah, so a couple points. First, notice that Trump is the master of sleight of hand like a magician. That stat that you just said is not false, but it's out of the larger context he doesn't want you to focus on like a magician. The bigger context is China has been weaning itself off of oil over the last decade. Only 20% of its energy needs now, 20% are met with oil, and only 38% of that come from the Persian Gulf. So last summer when I was visiting the those advanced industries, the business people were telling me in the dinners that, they may suffer 1% or 2% here or there loss of GDP. But the fact of the matter is their whole business plan is built around Asia. It's built around, this will create opportunities for them to buy things and get deals on the cheap. They're more likely to jettison ahead as a result of this. Well, America gets sunk here. And what you are seeing is we just keep getting spun by Trump's rhetoric here, and we're missing big pictures. Some of it's because we just don't go to China. We try to get everything from behind our computers. And I know it's ironic that here I am, a professor, spend most of my life behind a computer, and I'm telling journalists and I'm telling politicians, you've got to get out and meet people and see the real world. That's what's happening. Otherwise, we're just stuck listening to President Trump's vision of the real world.
Right. I think it's very important. And I do think that this is like a collision of moments with the Iran war and this summit, because I do expect some sort of accommodation as something in terms of trade, Taiwan. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. It may not be immediately obvious, but in the long run, Professor, how do you see this playing out? Like the Taiwan question from China's perspective, it doesn't seem to me that they would want to do a full-on military invasion. They're more recent.
They would be foolish to do a full-on military invasion, even if they could succeed, because what that would do is it would take the focus off of blame of the United States. Right. It would push Europe away, push some of the other Asian partners away they want. So they could help us out. I say this only half jokingly here to my classes. The best way to bail out Trump from the Iran war would be if Xi would attack Taiwan, right? Because this would fundamentally help Trump. And maybe he's going to try to tickle Xi and say, don't you want to do this? Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to be too facetious, but the fact of the matter is, what China has done now since the 1996 Taiwan Strait crisis, think about that. 30 years ago, they did some missile gunboat diplomacy. It totally backfired and failed. They haven't done that since. Now they've done some incursions. I know I've been to Taiwan. I've had the briefings from the National Security Advisor here. So I've got some action. I go to Taiwan too. And what you're really seeing is China here is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger incrementally. That's true economically. That's true militarily. And at some point, Taiwan may just fall in their lap. They may not have to actually use military force. And look, we've run out of all of these boutique missiles. There's so many of them. We're really hurting now in terms of supporting Taiwan. What's keeping Taiwan afloat is its actual Taiwanese military power, which is not trivial here. They have months they could hold out against China on its own. But whether America is the cavalry that would come to the rescue after, say, 4 or 5 months of a blockade against Taiwan, that's an open question at this point, and Xi sees it.
Yeah.
And finally, we can't have you here without asking you a little bit directly about the Iran war. What's your sense of where we are, and are things just sort of on pause right now while Trump makes this trip? And do you feel that the pressure is continuing to build on him to take some sort of action?
Yeah, this is a lull before a likely storm. We just don't know whether that storm is going to be, sort of a cloudburst, or it's going to be a hailstorm. And the issue here we've talked about many, many times is President Trump is going to have an incredibly difficult time swallowing that big L on him, which will, as bad as you think his political prospects are now, he's still got a large part of MAGA behind him. And they will be even more behind him as they get into the midterms. However, if he accepts the loss and really just says, yep, you're right, I've got to stand aside while Iran gets a nuclear weapon, think about that, because that's what the real future is here, then a lot of even MAGA is going to lose confidence in the great leader because that great leader isn't so great anymore. So this is where the real problem of the trap is. As bad as it might seem to go down a road of escalation, going down the other road for Trump is worse. Now, the rest of us may be perfectly happy to let, make the choice. We don't want casualties. We'd rather go down and allow Iran to emerge as the fourth center of world power. That's the choice. And we may make a different choice, but the guy in the Oval Office is President Trump, and he's in there for 2.5 more years.
Well, you always leave us with a lot to think about, Professor. You certainly do. It's Escalation Trap on Substack. Go subscribe. Link down.
Snap.com as well, and it's available in your other sites. Did Trump get the message when he arrived in Beijing and was met by a functionary as opposed to President Xi himself, who showed up to greet President Putin when he arrived in Beijing?
I'm not sure he got the message, Judge. And by the way, when Kim Jong-un visited Beijing, not only Xi Jinping went to the airport to personally greet him, but then they were on a convertible limousine in a convoy crossing all the way to the Great Hall of the People.
Wow. Did Trump's advanced people know that President Xi would not be there? Because the look on Trump's face was one of pain, consternation, and surprise as he got to the bottom of, the tarmac, the bottom of the steps.
Well, this was maybe the first stage, Judge, and the Chinese, as masters of protocol, they delivered a message right from the start. This summit for us is about protocol. It's a diplomatic thing. We had already agreed. It was already postponed, but
Right.
it's not essential for us. But later, during the day, this morning, in the reception at the Great Hall of the People, and then in the state dinner, which finished a little while ago, Xi went out of his way to be extremely courteous and polite. And that is what really registered with Trump. Trump and I would say the whole delegation, they were like mesmerized by the whole thing. And of course, this is 5,000 years of diplomacy.
Right.
You're
right.
with the global masters,
But back to the title of your piece. What cards does Trump have to play?
Since before he arrived, none. Absolutely. One of the key reasons, and this is something that we talked with the Iranian diplomats, and I talked here in Shanghai for the past 3 days, including today. He wanted to extract some sort of promise by Xi that he would put pressure on Tehran to get the American demands approved by Tehran, which is essentially a capitulation, a glorified form of capitulation. This was a non-starter. There is a strategic relationship, very, very sophisticated between Iran and China. It goes even beyond their 25-year, $400 billion deal in terms of exchanging infrastructure for energy. Arakshi was here, Judge, 2 weeks ago, and he talked to Wang Yi. And this is after he went to St. Petersburg and talked to Lavrov and Putin. So this triad, they coordinate at the highest level. And this is something that, especially the Trump administration, they still don't understand. This is a series of interlocking strategic partnerships. And the interests of Beijing, Moscow, and Tehran in terms of Eurasia integration and in terms of building a new system of international relations are completely contrary to what Trump is trying to do. But even like that, Judge, some of the things that Xi said this morning, I selected 2 or 3 passages which are immensely important. Right at the beginning, when he was greeting Trump, he said, "The transformation not seen in a century," which is something that he actually told Putin when he visited Moscow in 2023, when he was being led by Putin to his limousine outside of the Kremlin. They stopped, and Xi told Trump exactly the same thing. Putin. And Putin responded, and the thing is, yes, but now we are in the driving seat. And Putin and Xi, they know that. So finishing what he said, the transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the globe, and the international situation is fluid and turbulent. With one sentence, he characterized everything that is happening now.
Fluid and turbulent.
Fluid and turbulent. Which is a very elegant way of putting it, especially concerning the war on Iran, right?
You know, the president's a little dense. Did he get that as a criticism of his attack on Iran?
It's hard to, we'll be extrapolating, Judge. Maybe he didn't even get the message. But I'm sure he got the next thing that she said, because it was very direct. So she asked rhetorically, can China and the United States overcome the Thucydides trap and create a new paradigm of major country relations? Well, we could go a long way demystifying this concept. This is the Thucydides trap concept basically is bullshit. You cannot compare the Peloponnesian War with the 21st century relations between big powers. And Graham Allison, he didn't even read Thucydides properly. The best interpreters of Thucydides are Italian, and he doesn't even know these guys. Anyway, the Chinese, they took that very, very seriously in terms of, okay, now we are the emerging power. And of course, the hegemonic power is going to fight us. But then he proposed something extraordinary. I would say that this is the most important thing of all the meetings during the day. There were 3 meetings during the day. She proposed a new vision for the US-China relationship for the next 3 years, in his own words. So he's thinking in terms of until the end of the Trump term. And it's absolutely startling. 3 words, Judge: constructive strategic stability. So this is the new motto from the Chinese side to define US-China relations. Will the Trump administration, Trump himself, understand what that means? We cannot be so sure. Why? Because the empire of chaos, by definition, is not constructive, it's destructive. It's what we are seeing in Iran, for instance. They are not strategic, they are basically tactical. So it's tactics one after another. And it's not about instability, it's about chaos. And of course, even including nowadays piracy. So how they can understand conceptually what she is trying to say. And he added, Judge, something very important, cooperation. He talked about cooperation 3 or 4 times, and cooperation with the US as the mainstay, his own term, for healthy stability, even with competition within proper limits. So all that is very sound, diplomatic, and realistic. But can we possibly imagine that the Trump administration is going to do, to quote Annalena Baerbock, a 180-degree turn or 360-degree turn and start this new relationship for the next 3 years? We doubt it.
So what does Trump want? He wants Xi to have the Chinese buy more American soybeans and
yes,
more Boeing jets,
which is something that they discussed this before the summit and this afternoon as well. It's possible that the Chinese, as a goodwill gesture, will buy more Boeings, and also, of course, I would say it could even be a personal gesture. Buy more soybeans because they know that the MAGA base in the Midwest will like it, and Trump, in electoral terms, will also like it.
What kind of a message did President Xi send to President Trump about Taiwan? He more or less preempted before Trump said a word. If I have this correctly, President Xi admonished him that Taiwan is an internal domestic matter and none of your business.
You're absolutely correct, Judge. And I will quote directly from Xi. Okay, I'm quoting. Taiwan independence and cross-strait peace are as irreconcilable as fire and water. Obviously, there's got to be a Chinese metaphor inbuilt in it, but the point is it's very straight to the point. And there was a warning, Judge, as well. The United States must exercise extra caution, I'm quoting, in handling the Taiwan question. So, once again, she basically said to the whole American delegation, the most important issue in China-US relations is Taiwan. And this is an absolute red line. But there's something even more interesting, Judge, which was not during the summit. I spent a long conversation with Li Bo. He's the general director of Guansha. And he said, look, the real problem...
Guansha is what?
Guansha is the most important independent media organization in China. Just to give an idea, Judge, they have 120 million daily viewers.
Wow.
It's another dimension, right?
Right.
And they are independent. Like Li Bo, he do analysis, which is something that the Chinese media doesn't do. Maybe you see some opinion pieces in the Global Times, for instance, or 1 or 2 editorials in the China Daily. But Guansha is specialized in news analysis, and that's why they are so popular. And many of their editors, they have channels on WeChat or Weibo with millions of followers as well.
Right. What did he tell you about Taiwan?
Is that he told me that the real problem is not Taiwan, because the Chinese leadership knows how to deal with it with no problem at all. The real problem is the rearming of Japan, which is something that escapes I would say practically everyone in the West. This is
Well,
not
that is a serious issue given the attitude of the current and new Prime Minister of Japan.
Prime Minister, exactly. So, but here, Judge, they take it immensely seriously. They say, look, Taiwan, we can do anything we want, and it's long term. As Deng Xiaoping said decades ago, this is a thing until 2049. We're not in a hurry. It's going to be a peaceful unification long term. But rearming Japan, that's a completely different ballgame. Especially because
let me make sure we're on the same page. The United States is about to sell $11 billion worth of offensive weaponry to Taiwan. This does not concern President Xi?
No, it's not. The Chinese think that this can be negotiated. And obviously, they know that even if Taiwan is 11 billion is not so bad, depending on what you're going to sell. F-35s, this is not a big deal for China. I understood from Li Bo the dimension of the Japanese problem, because Japan, as he explained in detail, they still have not atoned for what they did to Southeast Asia, and especially to China, even before the Second World War. This started in 1938, in fact. So this is an enormous problem. And when they see that the people who really run the show in Tokyo are seriously thinking about re-weaponization, so this gets red lights and alarm bells all over in Beijing, in Shanghai, even in the business classes as well. So it is something that the Chinese, they went over what they call the century of humiliation, which included, of course, Japanese domination. But the Japanese, they still have not understood what they did to Asia when they were an empire.
Wow. Let's talk about Iran. Does Hegseth, I don't know if Hegseth is there, I saw Rubio there. Are they naive?
No, Hegseth is here, Judge, and it was fascinating. There are some images on Chinese media. Rubio, absolutely fascinated with the ceiling of the Great Hall of the People, pointing to Hegseth and Miller, and Hegseth and Miller are looking like two idiots. You know, they don't even understand what's going on.
Well, neither Pete nor Stephen are known for their appreciation of culture, but we can talk about that at another time.
Sure.
But does the American delegation, whether it's Trump, Hegseth, or Miller, or Rubio, think that they can talk President Xi into pressuring Iran into surrendering nuclear enriched uranium? Isn't that what Trump thinks he can do?
Absolutely out of the question, coming back to the beginning of our conversation, because of the strategic relationship between Iran and China, because China has been helping Iran in myriad ways, some of them seen and most of them not seen, which is the Chinese way of doing it. And of course, we all know about the Beidou satellite, instant intel 24/7, and all that. But there's some other stuff that is not commented by Tehran, and especially here by the Chinese. So basically, according to the reading of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Beijing, they agreed to something quite obvious, that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. Iran could have subscribed to it because they never said that they wanted to build a nuclear weapon. It was forbidden by Khomeini, and it was forbidden by Khamenei. What's going to happen next is another story. So if this American-Israeli attacks against Iran continue, it's quite possible that Mojtaba Khamenei will revise that. And of course, Mojtaba Khamenei is very close to the IRGC. When his father was still alive, he was the top, I would say, communicator agent between his dad and the leadership of the IRGC. But The Iranians don't want a nuclear weapon, and they don't need a nuclear weapon, especially that. They have that absolutely extraordinary arsenal of the stuff that really decides modern wars: drones and ballistic missiles. They don't need anything else.
Wow. So what does Trump hope to accomplish other than these sales of soybeans and jets, which that the Chinese were interested in long before the trip?
Not much, because we don't have any details so far on rare earth.
Are they going to sell rare earth, or are they going to say, "Hey, Donald, get rid of the sanctions, stop the war in Iran, get rid of the sanctions on Moscow, and then we'll think about selling your raw earth"?
Absolutely correct, Judge. So the fact that there are no leaks so far, it's quite telling. This means that they might have discussed it, and the Chinese said, okay, so if you follow our list of preconditions, we might think about selling the rare earths that you need. And many of the guys who were part of it's completely crazy. The 16 CEOs who are part of Trump's delegation. Right. The market capitalization of their companies is over $10 trillion.
Wow.
Why are they here? And of course, you cannot help yourself making the parallels in previous dynastic times in China, where delegations came here to pay tribute to the emperor. So we have Elon Musk, Tim Cook, Jensen Huang, etc., paying tribute to Xi because they need what China has, and they need penetration in the Chinese market. And some others, they need these rare earths.
Wow. What do you think this will do, this trip, to the alliance Russia, Iran, China?
Is not going to change anything, Judge. By the way, today, this was something incredible. The same day that we have this summit in Beijing, there is the summit of foreign ministers of BRICS in New Delhi. This is immense, because this is part of the preparation of the BRICS summit in New Delhi in September. So we had on the same table all the foreign ministers, including, Judge, something extraordinary: Arakshi for Iran and Jaishankar for India on the same table. And obviously there were conversations between Arakshi and Jaishankar. For the moment, they are off the record, where obviously Arakshi was saying, look, what is this thing, your alliance with the Zionists? And you have Modi, 2 days before we are attacked by the Americans and the Israelis, you have Modi in Israel proclaiming Israel-India alliance is unbreakable. And this is inside BRICS between two full members. Very serious. And another full member, Judge, the United Arab Emirates, is, for all practical purposes, at war against Iran. So BRICS at the moment, and it pains me to repeat that over and over again, they are in deep coma.
Right.
So let's hope that today we had, Wang Yi was not there, because Wang Yi was on the table side by side with Xi. But Lavrov is there. So Lavrov is going to have to put Humpty Dumpty back together, the Humpty Dumpty BRICS back together. It's going to be very difficult. Sorry, yes, please.
Did you get a feel from either elites or ordinary folks or Chinese business people what they think of Trump's visit? Is it a big deal?
No, it's not. And that's why it's interesting to see this from Shanghai. Here is the business capital of China. For instance, Tesla's factory, Judge, is here. It's outside of Shanghai. So this is the business, and it also part of one of the industrial poles, the three big industrial poles of China in the East Coast. So it was good, because these past 3 days I met a lot of business people, and some of my friends, they are in business here. it doesn't register. They say, no, the Chinese are very good at that. Okay, you come here, we do all the protocol, we do the, by the way, I should show you. This is the front page of the China Daily today. Red carpet welcome for Trump in Beijing. Barely registers, because they do this with everybody. Just they do this with the Africans. They do this with the guy from the president from Tajikistan was here 2 days ago. The same thing. It's not a big deal. And of course, in terms of business, everybody is concentrated on the 5-year plan, which starts now in 2026. And one of the key planks of the 5-year plan is that until for the past 5 years, we're going to reach a point where the whole Chinese economy, by 70%, will be directly linked or operated by artificial intelligence.
Wow.
This is enormous, but it's not the American way of artificial intelligence. It's the Chinese way, which is indigenous and open. So everybody has access to AI and will have access to AI here. It's a completely different model. So it's going to be a heavily automated, informatized society, let's put it this way, but everybody will profit from it, at least according to the directives of the plan. So this is what they're concentrated on. And in terms of foreign policy, comes back to the same point, the new Silk Roads, the Belt and Road Initiative. Yes, we're going to keep trading with virtually everybody everywhere, including the Americans.
Let me switch gears before we finish. You probably read this article by Robert Kagan, the leading neocon in the United States.
Yes.
I mean, this is telling me checkmate in Iran. Washington can't reverse or control the consequences of losing its own war. This is telling me that in the diplomatic, academic, think tank community around the world, the world recognizes that Israel and the United States lost this war.
Yes. In fact, all over the global south, Judge, that's a given. But coming from, I would say, the most prominent neocon of them all, and the most dangerous, in fact. Like, don't forget that Obama was preaching in the altar of Robert Kagan as well.
Yes.
Victoria Nuland,
as was Dick Cheney.
As was Dick Cheney, exactly. Victoria Nuland, his wife, she coordinated the whole Ukraine operation. So these people are immensely dangerous. He's not an original thinker. He's a really lousy writer. That thing about Americans are from Mars and Europeans are from Venus. This is childish stuff. You know, you better get a C if you do this in college. You know, but he was immensely influential, and since the 90s, when he was in fact the originator of the project for the New American Century.
Wow.
So it's extremely the fact that he's recognizing this now, the strategic defeat, there is a hidden agenda behind it. There's no question. There's no question about that.
So
especially the way he did it.
Phil Giraldi and Max Blumenthal say the same thing. The hidden agenda is the lament at this setback for their vision and this subliminal goading of Netanyahu to goad Trump to resume the war.
Absolutely. That's it. That's it. And of course, the Iranians, who don't care about Robert Kagan, they have the same interpretation. And they are ready for the resumption of the war.
We just finished chatting with our dear friend, Professor Mohammad Marandi, who, by the way, sends his regards to you. And he said the same thing.
Always.
Iran.
He said the same thing. No? Mm-hmm.
Iran is in better shape today, May 14, than it was when this war started on February 28.
Absolutely correct. Because and very, very, very important in terms of how the system works in Iran. The leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, he is active. He may be hidden because of security reasons. He may have been wounded, but he's writing, he's sending messages here and there, and he is in touch with all the key leaders, political leaders of the Galibaf extraction, but also the leadership of the IRGC, which respects him because he was very close to the RGC to start with for at least 15, 18 years. He was the key connection between his father and the IRGC. So yes, there's much more cohesion now. And they learn from their mistakes. The diplomatic ballet with China in Russia is very sophisticated. For instance, everything that she today was telling Trump directly and indirectly via metaphors, it was discussed before with the Russians and the Iranians. There's no question about that.
Pepe, thank you very much. A pleasure, my dear man. Now, you're not going to go over to Beijing, are you, while Trump is there?
No, I prefer to be here, Judge. Here, this is one of the, nowadays, there are two capitals of Asia nowadays. Hong Kong used to be one of them. In terms of soft power and quality of life, is Bangkok. But in terms of business and in terms of living already in the future, is here. So this is one of the best. It's one of the top places in the 21st century. In fact.
Wow. Well, safe travels, and if you stumble upon a truth.
Of America. Donald Trump visited China this May and met with China's President Xi Jinping. This was the first trip by a U.S. president to China since 2017. And it's important to emphasize that it was Trump who asked for this meeting. It was not China that initiated this. It was the U.S. So this raises the question, why did Trump want to go to China and meet with President Xi? The short answer is that this is mostly about the U.S. economy. Trump launched a trade war against China back in 2018 in his first term, and during his second term in 2025, he massively escalated this trade war against China, but it backfired majorly. The U.S. economy was already facing significant problems with inflation, which has been eating away at the purchasing power of American workers. And Trump's trade war and tariffs have only made this situation even worse. So it is now widely acknowledged in U.S. foreign policy circles, even by the Council on Foreign Relations, that China has the upper hand in these negotiations. Again, it was the U.S. that called for this meeting, not China, because Beijing has the upper hand and the U.S. is in a very delicate situation economically. And the thing about Trump is he has no subtlety. He always says the quiet part loud. And Trump boasted in a post on his Twitter copy website, Truth Social, that he was traveling to China with some of the most powerful billionaire oligarchs in the United States. He wrote a list of the CEO of major corporations who would be visiting China with him, including the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, as well as the richest billionaire oligarch on earth, Elon Musk. And these billionaires actually traveled on Air Force One with the US president. They were on the plane with Trump. Elon Musk, who was previously a top figure in the Trump administration until he and Trump had a political fight, although it seems like they've made up once again, and Jensen Huang. Huang's company, NVIDIA, is the most valuable corporation on earth. It is the first company that has ever had a market capitalization of $5.5 trillion. And this is because NVIDIA designs the most advanced chips that are used for AI, for artificial intelligence research, and also data centers. But these were not the only corporate executives who joined Trump on his trip to China. He was also joined by Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, although Trump calls him Tim Apple, as well as Larry Fink, who is the CEO of BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, along with Steven Schwartzman, who is the CEO of Blackstone, which is the world's biggest alternative asset manager. By the way, Schwartzman is the highest paid corporate executive on Wall Street, and he was also a big donor to Trump's presidential campaign. Along with them, Trump boasted that he was joined by the CEOs of Boeing, Cargill, Citigroup, GE Aerospace, Goldman Sachs, Micron, and Qualcomm. So these are some of the most powerful corporations on Wall Street and in Silicon Valley, and their CEOs were joining the US president on this trip to China. So it's so obvious what this is all about. And just to illustrate this fact, the US media published photos of Trump when he got off the plane, joined by Elon Musk and Jensen Huang, and you can see that they were welcomed by Chinese diplomats. So symbolically, the US president is standing with the most powerful billionaire oligarchs from the United States, some of the richest people on earth. These are the oligarchs who determine US government policy. The media also published a photo of Trump meeting with China's President Xi. And in the photo, you can see some top US government officials, including the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, a former Fox News host, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who's a billionaire hedge fund manager from Wall Street, Marco Rubio, who's the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of State. And also in the photo, you can see David Perdue. And by the way, can you guess what David Perdue did before he became the US ambassador to China? He was a senator from Georgia, and he boasted of being the only former Fortune 500 CEO in Congress. He was the president of Reebok, and then he was the chairman and CEO of Dollar General. So this is the guy representing the US in Beijing right now. And in that photo of them meeting with Trump and President Xi, behind them, you can also see Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, and Steven Schwartzman, the CEO of Blackstone. Once again, these corporate executives are being treated as if they were US government officials. Trump is bringing them to his meetings with the leadership of the Chinese government. So again, all of this makes it as clear as day that US government policy is made by and for large corporations, for these billionaire oligarchs. Trump also made this extremely clear symbolically in his inauguration when he invited Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and the CEOs of Google and Apple and other big tech corporations to sit with his cabinet officials, with top administration officials. All of this makes it very, very clear that US government policy is not about average workers and average people. It's about big billionaire oligarchs and large corporations. They determine US government policy. It's foreign policy, it's domestic policy, and ultimately, that is what Trump's visit to China is about. Because these large US corporations are desperate to get access to the Chinese market. China has 1.4 billion people. It is the second most populous country on earth after India. China also has the world's largest middle class in overall numbers. It has more than 800 million people in the middle class who together have the spending power of $7.4 trillion. That is significantly larger than the middle class in the United States or in India or any other country. And the trade war that the US government has been waging against China, not only under Trump, but also under Joe Biden, this has been bipartisan, that trade war has hurt many US corporations. NVIDIA is a great example. Jensen Huang has repeatedly visited China multiple times in the past few years, and he is desperate to get access to the Chinese market. Why is that? It's because NVIDIA used to control 95% of the Chinese market for advanced chips, but that has fallen to 0%. So from a 95% market share just a few years ago to 0%. This is why Jensen Huang was with Trump. This is why he has repeatedly visited China. And this is because the US government, under Trump in his first term and under Biden, put significant restrictions on China restricting the export of advanced chips to try to prevent China from developing AI, to prevent China from catching up to the US AI sector. However, China did not just quietly sit on its hands and allow the US to try to sabotage its high-tech sector. Instead, the Chinese government invested billions of dollars in cheap loans and subsidies and other support to try to develop a domestic chip industry. And China has made a lot of progress in just a few years. China is still not at the exact same level as the US, as NVIDIA, but China is now dominating the global market for what are known as legacy chips, which are slightly larger chips, not the most advanced tiny chips, which are like 3 nanometers or 5 nanometers in size. China has made a lot of progress, and it's likely that in the upcoming years, China will not only catch up to the US, but will surpass the US. So the argument of US corporate executives like Jensen Huang is that this trade war and tech war against China has backfired. It's actually hurt them in the medium to the long term. And maybe it helped them in the short term, just in a few years. But in the medium to the long term, it's actually hurting them. And this is why they're working with Trump to try to formulate a new strategy. And what all of this reflects is the massive shift in the global economy in the past few decades. China has become the single most important manufacturing power on earth. It is the only manufacturing superpower. China alone represents about 1/3 of all global manufacturing output, more than the US and Japan and Germany and South Korea and other countries combined. And as the US economy was financialized and deindustrialized in the past few decades, many major corporations moved their production overseas, especially to China. And China is now the center of global supply chains for advanced manufacturing. And many US corporations like Apple have tried to diversify and to move their production out of China. The US government, under Democrats and Republicans, under Obama, Trump, and Biden, Washington has pressured these companies to withdraw their investments from China and to move to countries like India, but they have not been able to because China has such a sophisticated supply chain. It has so many domestic companies that provide all of the small parts, all of the tools, all of the minerals, which I'll talk about in a moment here. And China has very skilled workers, and it's been impossible for many of these large US corporations to de-risk and move out of China, despite the US government's insistence that they do so. Tesla is a perfect example of this. The CEO of Tesla is, of course, the world's richest billionaire oligarch, Elon Musk, who was the biggest funder of Trump in his 2024 presidential campaign. And more than half of Tesla's electric vehicles are made in China at the so-called Gigafactory in Shanghai. And this is quite ironic because while Musk is making half of his Tesla EVs in China, he has also been begging the US government to implement protectionist measures in order to shield Tesla from Chinese competition in the US. In 2024, when Biden was president, Elon Musk begged for trade barriers to protect Tesla. And then just a few weeks later, Biden announced 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs. It's almost impossible to get a Chinese EV in the US, which means that Tesla still dominates the US market, while Chinese EV manufacturers like BYD have dominated the global market. BYD has overtaken Tesla as the top sellers of electric vehicles around the world. And this is why the CEO of Ford has been warning that China can put all US car companies out of business. And by the way, the CEO of Ford drives a Chinese EV that was made by Xiaomi. So he understands how good Chinese EVs are. And US corporations are terrified of competition from China.
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels.
All of this explains why the Council on Foreign Relations, the most powerful foreign policy organization in the US, said very clearly that at the Trump Xi summit, China has the upper hand. The Council on Foreign Relations official publication is Foreign Affairs magazine, and it published an article by a former US government official who worked at the State Department and the National Security Council. And she wrote very clearly that America has lost its leverage over China, and Beijing clearly has advantages. So let's briefly review what exactly those advantages are. So if we go back to April 2025, Trump came out on what he called Liberation Day, and he announced tariffs on countries all around the world. But the main target of Trump's trade war was China. At one point, the tariffs that Trump had temporarily imposed on China were 145%, which is basically just a trade embargo at that point. However, ultimately, Trump was forced to take a step back, and in October 2025, he met with China's President Xi, and they agreed to a one-year truce in the trade war. And why exactly was that? It's because the US clearly lost the trade war against China, a trade war that Trump started back in his first term. It was continued by Biden, and then Trump massively expanded it in his second term. And at the end, after nearly 10 years, the US obviously lost the trade war. China won. Many mainstream US media outlets acknowledged that the US trade war against China backfired spectacularly. And why was that? It's because US policymakers were very arrogant and they underestimated China. They believed that they had so much leverage.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Vincent Brown Scott for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate that, little soldier. Salute.
And the billionaire hedge fund manager from Wall Street, Scott Bessent, who is Trump's Treasury Secretary, went on TV in April 2025 when they started this new phase of the trade war, and he claimed that the US had all of the cards and China was playing with a losing hand. But that was the exact opposite of reality. It was China that had significantly more leverage. And that's because for the past decade, China was diversifying its economy and its trade. So the US assumed that China's economy could not survive without access to the US market. Because it's true that if you go back to the 1990s, 1/4 of China's trade was with the US. China was extremely dependent on exporting to the US market. However, since 2016, China has been diversifying away from the US economy. And the US is no longer the most important market for Chinese exports. In fact, China now trades more with ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, than it does with the US or with all of the European Union. Southeast Asia and the global South in general have become more important trading partners. So Trump assumed he could simply cut off China's access to the US market in the form of sky-high tariffs, and it would force Beijing to give in to all of his demands. This is what Trump did to many other countries. China was one of the very few countries that actually fought back and responded to the unilateral US tariffs with actual reciprocal tariffs, proportional reciprocal tariffs in self-defense. And then China took a step further, and Beijing announced the restriction on the export of rare earth elements to the US. This was a huge shock because the US military-industrial complex and US big tech corporations are extremely dependent on critical minerals and rare earth elements that come from China. And this has been a massive piece of leverage that China has over the US. And this has been something that has been discussed in the previous meeting between Trump and President Xi in October 2025. And it's certainly a major issue of discussion during the meetings this May 2026. Because many advanced technologies simply cannot be manufactured without rare earth magnets. And China utterly dominates the global supply chain for rare earths. And it's not just that. If you look at the countries that produce critical minerals, you can see that China plays an outsized role in the production of copper, nickel, aluminum, lithium, and cobalt. China plays a very significant role, and in the production of rare earths, manganese, and graphite. China absolutely dominates, and there is no alternative. So when China announced these export restrictions in response to the aggressive US trade war, it was a massive blow to US big tech corporations. And we have already established how those corporations determine US government policy. And it was also a huge blow to the US military industrial complex, because the US military needs these critical minerals and especially rare earths that are largely mined and processed by China. So without access to these Chinese minerals, the US military would not be able.
I have tested a ton of chairs, and the Hayworth Burn sits in my top chair picks. It does an amazing
to function. This is why Foreign Policy magazine said that China's rare earth card looms over the Trump Xi summit. This is also why in the past few years, the US government has been obsessed with trying to create a new supply chain for critical minerals. This started in Trump's first term, it accelerated in Biden's term, and has continued in Trump's second term. In fact, this February, Trump's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, invited representatives of dozens of countries to Washington to meet for the so-called Critical Minerals Ministerial. And this conference was organized so the US could work together with other countries to try to create a new supply chain for critical minerals that cuts out China. The Trump administration also created a new initiative called Pax Silica, in which the US and several allied countries are working together to try to create this new supply chain with an emphasis on chips and high-tech manufacturing. The US also successfully pressured India to join the so-called Pax Silica, and the US government has been promising India that it's going to try to force US corporations to move their factories and their supply chain out of China and instead to reshore it or friendshore it in India. However, this is a process that's going to take years. It's not going to happen in a few weeks or few months. So in the short term, the US has no alternative but to continue to work with China. And this, again, explains Trump's visit to China, and it explains why Trump and Marco Rubio, who have been China hawks for years, extremely anti-China, it explains why they have softened their anti-China rhetoric. I mean, when Rubio was a senator, he was so extreme and so anti-China and so much of a neoconservative warmonger that he was actually sanctioned by the Chinese government in retaliation after the US government sanctioned Chinese officials. But now that Rubio is both the national security advisor and the Secretary of State, he has had to soften his anti-China rhetoric because he understands that China has significant leverage over the US. And it's going to take many years for the US to weaken that leverage and create alternatives. But that's not all. There's still one other major factor here that I haven't discussed, which again shows how China has significant leverage over the US. And that is the issue of Iran. We here at Geopolitical Economy Report have been covering the war nonstop, but this is another area where US intelligence reports have acknowledged that China has more leverage over the US. And this is because it's now widely acknowledged that the US has been losing this war of aggression that Trump launched against Iran on the 28th of February. Trump thought he could simply overthrow the Iranian government by eliminating all of the Iranian leadership, and then he would put in power a loyal puppet. In fact, it seems that Trump's plan for war in Iran was part of a larger plan to try to isolate China. It seems that this was Trump's plan. In January, he invaded Venezuela and he kidnapped Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, and he threatened to cut off Venezuela's oil exports to China. China bought the vast majority of Venezuela's oil. Then, a few weeks later, Trump thought he could easily go in, bomb Iran, decapitate the leadership, and put in power loyal puppets who would also cut off exports of oil to China. China is the world's largest importer of oil. It's very dependent on foreign oil. And China is the largest trading partner of Iran. And China buys 80% of Iranian oil. So it seems that Trump thought he could attack Venezuela, attack Iran, and then use Venezuela's and Iran's oil exports to China as leverage in this meeting with President Xi. He thought he could tell China, if you do not give into our demands, we are going to cut off your oil supply. But what happened is the war in Iran did not go as Trump thought. The Iranian government is stronger than ever, and Trump was forced to delay his initial meeting with China's president. So this is why in the lead up to Trump's visit to Beijing this May, just a few days before, the US government announced several rounds of new sanctions targeting Chinese companies because China has been importing and refining Iranian crude oil. And this is, again, part of the US pressure strategy. Trump wanted to tell China, if you don't give in to our demands, if you don't make economic concessions and trade concessions to us, we're going to impose more sanctions on Chinese companies, including very important companies in China's oil sector and petrochemical industry. However, once again, this is an example of how the US underestimated China. In all of its arrogance, the US thought that by putting more sanctions on important Chinese companies, that Beijing would simply give in to Trump's demands. But the exact opposite happened. For the first time, China invoked its blocking rules, its anti-sanctions law, and the Chinese government ordered all domestic companies to ignore and defy US sanctions. So China is no longer just criticizing US sanctions, it is creating an entire parallel system in which US sanctions are irrelevant.
Since 1967, Chateau Ste. Michelle has approached wine differently.
So that strategy of the Trump administration to try to pressure China also backfired. Meanwhile, there's a significant problem happening at home in the US, which is inflation is picking back up. Inflation has reached almost 4%. By the way, the inflation target set by the US Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, is 2%. Inflation is 3.8%, nearly double, and that's probably a conservative estimate. And a big reason for that inflation, of course, is Trump's war against Iran, which has caused the largest oil crisis in history. The price of crude oil has doubled, and the price of gasoline in the US has skyrocketed. And the US is a country that has very bad public transportation, and all of the infrastructure is built around cars. Everyone has to drive everywhere. And as gasoline prices go up, that means that average working people have to pay more and more just to go to work, just to go to school. And it also feeds into inflation in other sectors because trucks use a lot of gasoline to transport goods, including food, to grocery stores and supermarkets. So as the price of gasoline has basically doubled due to this war that was totally unnecessary, this means that there's going to be significant inflation in all other sectors of the economy. And this comes just a few months before midterm elections in November, and Trump's approval rating has plummeted. Trump is extremely unpopular. He only has an approval rating of 36%. And this is because Trump has failed to improve the economic situation for working class Americans. The only reason he won the election is because of the inflation crisis, which was largely because of the pandemic and also the proxy war in Ukraine. And the Biden administration failed to manage the inflation crisis, and Biden's vice president, Kamala Harris, was extremely unpopular. Trump promised, falsely, cynically, that he would bring down inflation and make average goods and services more affordable for working class Americans who have been suffering through a cost of living crisis. More and more, the US economy is divided. You have an economy for the rich, for a small handful of rich elites, and then you have the economy for everyone else, for the majority of the population. This has been referred to as the K-shaped economy. The stock market has been booming, and Trump is constantly boasting about how the stock market is breaking new records and making billionaires like him even richer. Meanwhile, average working class people are suffering. The richest 10% of the US population makes up around half of all spending. And this is a consumption-driven economy. And yet 90% of the population only represents 50% of consumption. So the rich get richer and richer, and they make up more and more of the economy, while the vast majority of the population has been left behind. Now, of course, it should be emphasized that this extreme inequality in the US economy is nothing new. We should keep in mind that for decades, since the 1970s, real wages, that is inflation-adjusted wages for working class Americans, have been stagnant. Most Americans saw no wage growth, while the richest Americans got richer and richer, and their wages significantly increased. And that's only considering wages. When you look at wealth inequality, it's even more extreme. The rich in the US have gotten richer and richer and richer, while so many people are struggling to make ends meet. However, one of the reasons why in the past few decades, working class Americans did not necessarily feel that they were getting much poorer is because the cost of consumer goods fell significantly, especially electronics. If you look at the change in prices of goods and services in the US, you can see that everything made in China got way cheaper, including TVs, toys, software, clothing, and furniture. All of that stuff that was made by China got way more affordable at a time when US workers' real wages were stagnant. So they did not necessarily feel poorer. In other words, China was exporting deflation to the US economy. China was helping to keep inflation relatively low. But at the same time, everything made in the US, all of the services provided in the US, were bought up by the rich and turned into speculative assets, and they got extremely expensive. Housing became extremely expensive. Childcare, healthcare, college tuition and fees and textbooks, hospital services. China can't produce those services domestically and then export them to the US like it can with consumer goods. So China was responsible for helping to keep inflation relatively low in the US in the past few decades. But now that the US government has been waging a trade war against China and a tech war, and the US has been imposing tariffs on China, this has also contributed to the rise of inflation in the US. And this has hurt the purchasing power of American workers. And Trump's tax cuts on the rich have only made the situation even worse, because while Trump is cutting taxes on the richest Americans, he's in fact moving the tax burden off of the rich onto poor and working class Americans in the form of tariffs, because tariffs are simply a tax on imported goods. That is to say, tariffs are a tax on consumption, and this is a regressive tax that hurts poor and working class Americans much more because they have lower disposable income and they spend much more of their paycheck on these basic goods compared to rich people. So all of these factors that I have analyzed today explain how the US is actually in a quite weak position economically and geopolitically. And this is why I agree with the analysis of the Council on Foreign Relations for once, which said that at the Trump Xi summit, China has the upper hand, not the US. The reality is that so many of the policies that the US government has carried out to try to weaken China have actually ended up backfiring and only accelerating China's rise and China's attempt to become more self-sufficient and more independent. And with that said, I'm going to conclude. I am Ben Norton. I am the editor-in-chief of Geopolitical Economy.
As you can see, I am joined by a special guest in front of the show, Victor Gao. He is the vice president of the Center for China and Globalization. He is also a former interpreter to Deng Xiaoping and an incredibly experienced analyst, and one that I do rely on for the Chinese perspective on all matters as we enter the end of the Trump-Xi summit. Professor Gao, good to see you again.
It's my great pleasure to meet you on the phone, virtually, and also talk directly to your audience.
Yes, it is great to have you back again. Well, last time we spoke, Professor Gao, you predicted that this summit would happen. I was in China with you. We spoke in Beijing, and you predicted that the summit would happen about at the time that it did. And now we are at the end of it. What I would like to ask you, though, is a lot has been made in the United States about the situation in Iran, especially the U.S. war against Iran. And a lot was made in the lead up and even into the summit in the Western mainstream media about how the U.S. would confront China about Iran. Trump said he spoke about it, but I want to get your impressions on this. Xi Jinping said in his remarks that the U.S. and China should handle the Taiwan question with great care, lest the two parties enter into a conflict. Is there anything China has learned about the U.S. war against Iran? And how did it influence, if anything at all, this summit that has just taken place between Trump and Xi Jinping in Beijing?
Well, first of all, the ongoing state visit by President Trump to China is a very important event in China-US relations, as well as for global peace and development. Secondly, the war launched by the United States and Israel against Iran is a war of aggression. China has been condemning this war and calling for an end to the war immediately from day one. And China has played intermediary role behind the scene. Even President Trump gave compliment to the positive role China played before Iran was convinced to come to the negotiation table with the United States for the 2-week ceasefire. Now, President Trump has been very explicit. He wants to get China's help to lobby with Iran as to how to end the war. Everyone knows that for the past 48 years, China-Iran relations have been very close, very constructive. China-Iran deal with each other with equality, recognize each other as equals. So President Trump really believes that China has a lot of leverage with Iran. However, if President Trump wants to see whether China can use its leverage regarding Iran for misusing Iran or taking advantage of Iran, first of all, China will never do that. Secondly, even if China tries, Iran will not listen to that. So I think China has been doing the right thing ever since Trump arrived in Beijing, that is to call on the United States to stop the war right away. The United States wants to see the opening up of the Strait of Hormuz. China does not want to see the Strait of Hormuz closed. But everyone knows that before February the 28th, the Strait of Hormuz was open for free navigation. And the reason why it was closed is because of the war launched by the United States and Israel against Iran. So the best way to open up the Strait of Hormuz is to stop the war, as China has been calling on the United States to do that since day one when the war started. So I hope we will be on the same wavelength as to see what's the root cause of this whole mess. This whole mess was created by the United States together with Israel, whether it was masterminded by Prime Minister Netanyahu, that's another issue. Historians will need to really split the hair to get to the bottom of it. But as of now, if the United States wants to escalate the war, or to blow Iran back to stone ages, for example, there will be no peace in the Middle East. And we will all suffer from the consequences of the combination of three crises together: energy crisis, the economic crisis, as well as the upcoming financial crisis. So I truly believe Chinese President Xi Jinping and the Chinese government have been calling on the United States during the state visit of Trump to China to do the right thing, to end the war, get out of the war before it becomes another Vietnam or another Afghanistan.
Northern Tool and Equipment. Get serious.
Trying to predict the future is a hazardous occupation. The only thing we can be sure of is that it will be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and my second question to you to follow up on this is regarding the Taiwan question. You know, the U.S. The embassy, the Chinese embassy in the United States, before Trump landed in Beijing, published 4 red lines. The top one, when it comes to discussions with the United States, the top one was the Taiwan question, and Donald Trump and the U.S. administration, the U.S. delegation, was very hesitant to make any solid comments on this particular question. And I'm curious on what do you make of Xi Jinping's words about the potential of a clash, a conflict between the two parties if this question is not handled properly? And do you believe China has learned anything from the war in Iran that tells them anything about how the U.S. will move from here on this question in particular?
First of all, the Taiwan situation is completely different from the situation involving Iran. Iran is an independent country, sovereign country with a history of up to about 6,000 years. It's a proud member of the United Nations. Taiwan is a province of China. It's a breakaway province. Separatists want to achieve the so-called independence or separatism of Taiwan, which is in violation of the One China policy. China has sovereignty over Taiwan, and this One China policy is generally recognized by all the countries in the world, including, amazingly, the United States. Ever since 1971, since 1972, and especially since 1979, when China-US relations were normalized. The basis for the normalization of diplomatic relations between China and the United States is for the United States to recognize and acknowledge the One China policy, Taiwan being part of China, and the PRC government being the sole legitimate representative of the totality of the Chinese nation. So I don't think the United States should pretend that they don't know the One China policy. It's a binding policy. If the United States wants to break away from the One China policy, do you know what will happen? The diplomatic relations between China and the United States will be broken off, and the United States will be cut off from China. That is the harsh reality. I don't think President Trump or any of his advisors really want to take that risk to really being cut off from China. The United States has been talking about the decoupling of China, but they don't know that real decoupling will be the moment when the United States recognize Taiwan as a separate, independent, sovereign country. That will be a complete decoupling from the People's Republic of China from the United States. So the risks are real. If any president of the United States want to play with fire, and I don't think President Trump wants to play with fire, they will cause the complete severing off of relations between the People's Republic of China and the United States of America. What will that mean? That will mean China-US relations will go back to 0-1 or pre-0-1. Why? Because back in 1979, China and the United States did not recognize each other. They were dealing with each other more in hostile terms. It took the courage and wisdom and the vision of former President Nixon to send Dr. Henry Kissinger on the top secret mission to China, to ask China to explore ways to break off from this impasse and eventually leading to the normalization of relations. Allow me also to emphasize one thing. Ever since Dr. Henry Kissinger's secret visit to China, China raised 3 preconditions for the normalization of relations between China and the United States. And for many years, the United States wants to navigate away from fulfilling the 3 preconditions. The first precondition is for the United States to terminate its diplomatic recognition of the Republic of China. That is the entity in Taiwan. Secondly, to withdraw US troops stationed in Taiwan. The third precondition is for the United States to terminate or to cancel its defense treaty with the Republic of Taiwan, which was at that time a domestic law in the United States. Now, President Nixon didn't have enough time to do this because of the Watergate President Ford didn't have enough time because he didn't have a full-term presidency, for example, and it waited until President Carter to come along the scene, and he mustered all the political will and the resources to achieve the impossible thing, to really normalize relations between China and the United States by fulfilling the three preconditions raised by China. Now, the question I want to ask anyone in the United States or any government official in the United States, do you really want to go back to square one? Do you really want to see China and the United States being estranged from each other? Do you not recognize each other? And China back in 1971, 1972, 1979 was a shadow of what China today. And you really want to completely estrange China? And you want to do this for the sake of Taiwan independence, supporting the separatists? Now, in my view, the United States once was in division because of the separatism by the Confederation, is that right? It took President Lincoln to demonstrate all the courage and wisdom and resourcefulness it can find to use war to defeat Confederation and bring the southern states back into the fold of the Union. And ever since then, the United States has been a nation under God, indivisible. So why do you want to rank President Lincoln as one of the greatest presidents of the United States? And every American should be grateful for the reunification after the Civil War. And why should any American stand in the way of China's reunification? Come on, let's really talk about common sense and rationality. The United States will gain nothing if it wants to stand in the way of China's reunification, and Taiwan will never be allowed to be a separate country in separation from China. This is the megatrend of the world, and I don't think President Trump is not wise enough to see the reality on the ground. Before he left Washington for his visit to China, in response to a question, President Trump said, "Where is Taiwan? Taiwan is almost 10,000 miles away from continental America, whereas Taiwan is only less than probably 80 miles away from mainland China." This is the reality. So I hope no one will live in parallel universe. We should defend the unification of the United States as a result of the Civil War, as we in China want to defend the one China policy. There is only one China, and Taiwan is being part of China, and no one can change that. No president of the United States, no political power in the world, no military power in the world can ever expect that they can really bring Taiwan away from the sovereign ownership of China.
When you said a bit earlier, Professor Gao, that the United States should not want to decouple from China because that's what a conflict over Taiwan would do. It made me think about something you said in the past, which would be that a war between the United States and China would be akin to Armageddon for the world. And that prospect of the U.S. Being completely cut off from China, that's an angle that you don't hear very much because despite the fact that Trump brought essentially almost the entirety of the U.S. business class, the major magnates in the U.S. economy to China to make deals, oftentimes we hear it the other way around, that the U.S. Should seek or should pursue a lesser relationship with China. And in fact, a lot of the policies still on the books still reinforce this. And I'm wondering if you see that changing at all after this visit, and what you think about the effect that the potential breakup or severed relations between China and the U.S. would really bring. Oftentimes it's talked about as China would suffer the most from this, but here it seems like you're saying that the United States has a lot to lose if it continues down a path of aggressiveness toward China.
Well, first of all, many people in the United States have been talking about this destined for war scenario between China and the United States for years. And there was a very prominent professor out of Harvard writing a book called Destined for War, coming up with a theory called the Two Cities Trap, implying that the United States and China are destined for a war. But that is a fallacy, I want to tell everyone in the United States, because that professor, very distinguished Professor Graham Allison, analyzed the important cases of war, but all the cases of war he analyzed were conventional wars. And he wanted to apply or imply a theory he derived therefrom could be applied to China and the United States, which are two of the very important nuclear powers. No, that is a fallacy. I come up with my own theory. It's called the inevitability of peace between China and the United States. Yes, you are right. I did say war should not be happening between China and the United States, because if a conventional war happens, it may soon get escalated out of control into a nuclear war. And if a nuclear war happens, if a single nuclear warhead is dropped by other country against the opposite side, it may bring about, dozen, if not hundreds of nuclear bombs or thousands of nuclear bombs, and eventually it will be Armageddon, not only for China, not only for the United States, but for mankind as a whole. No one should really enjoy the prospect of a war between China and the United States. And China's military buildup has only one purpose to serve. That is to make Americans love peace rather than agitating for war. So I'm always talking about the inevitability of peace. And I believe the United States eventually will also come to my conclusion that a war with China is not worthwhile, and a war with China will be a complete waste of time and resources and blood and life on the American side, as well as on the Chinese side. And all of us need to join hands in promoting peace between China and the United States. Now, if there are people in the United States who believe that they can use the Taiwan separatists as a proxy to stir up trouble between China and Taiwan across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait, I think they are indulging in fantasy again. Why? Because if China really wants to use military means to achieve reunification, China can do that tonight, and no one can stop it. And regardless of how many casualties, how many destruction, for example, this goal will be achieved. So you need to ask the right question. Why China, for decades, never wanted to use force to achieve unification? Why? Because China is confident that no political or military force in this world can take Taiwan away from China. That's number one. Number two is that no separatists in Taiwan will have any audacity to declare that they are not part of China. Well, separatists keep saying we're not Chinese, we're Taiwanese. This is completely illogicality, because a person in California can say, I'm Californian, but I'm not American. No, he's not in the right mind, I would say. The right answer is only one. I'm a Californian and I am an American. So by the same logicality, I am a Taiwanese, and on top of that, I'm a Chinese. So the separatists in Taiwan can talk about all the illogicality, insanity, for example, but logic does exist in this universe, and it will continue to exist no matter how much distorted they become. So China is confident that Taiwan is part of China, and the people in Taiwan are ethnically Chinese, and they cannot deny their own ethnicity, and no political or military power in the world can take Taiwan away. Now, based on all these convictions, why should China worry? Why should China rush to any conclusion, for example? And we have ample time to work with the United States or any other country and work with the 23 million people in Taiwan about the reality involving relations across the Taiwan Strait. I'm so glad that President Trump, before he left Washington for the state visit to China, he kind of offered to discuss the Taiwan issue with China. This was very rare because normally in important meetings like this, it's always China raising this Taiwan issue. But I understand the American side did offer to talk about Taiwan. I'm not sure as to what exactly President Trump wanted to talk about, whether to reiterate the American commitment to the One China policy, or whether he wanted to do a deal about Taiwan. I still do not have any details about that. However, President Trump on quite a few occasions talked about the great importance of China as a country versus the almost irrelevance of Taiwan. He compared Taiwan to the tip of a pencil, and he compared China as a giant landmass. Now, this comparison, you may or may not agree with Trump's comparison, but I think he does have a point. I don't think the United States will serve the fundamental interest of the American people to give up China, which is the largest economy if we use purchasing power parity, the largest political system because the CPC membership numbers more than 100 million, and the most effective and united country in the world with the largest manufacturing capacities. China now manufactured goods, values of which outnumber the combination of the US manufacturing sector, the EU manufacturing sector, and the Japanese manufacturing sector. So this is the reality. Do you really want to bump head with China, to really create a confrontation with China and to raise up China into the United States before Japan attacked Pearl Harbor? No, this will not be a blessing for the United States. I think peace between China and the United States is a much better way, and how to cooperate between China and the United States is a better way. Now, in this overall framework, Taiwan is always important. It's a major semiconductor chip manufacturing place. That should be fully recognized, but nothing gives the excuse to the United States to block China's reunification, or to use, for example, the semiconductor manufacturing capacity in Taiwan as an excuse, for example, to defeat China's ultimate reunification goal. China needs to be reunited, as what President Lincoln declared, that the United States need to be reunited, the Confederation need to be defeated, and the people in the southern states need to be brought back into the Union. And the Union should be indivisible ever after the Confederation was defeated.
Professor Gao, you listed a whole number of ways in which China is so critically important, not just to the United States and the U.S.-China relationship, but to the world. And I don't know if you've seen the media commentary in the West, especially the United States, about this summit, but a lot of them have been talking about how China has gained an advantage because of the Iran war, and that it appears that there's an acknowledgement that in many ways the United States was coming to China for deals that we're coming to China for deals and essentially asking China for help, for example, let's say with Iran, which maybe demonstrates China's rising stature in the world, and perhaps the US's struggling one. But I'm curious on what you believe actually was accomplished in this summit, and why what was accomplished is significant, if anything at all.
Well, first of all, I think it is not realistic and not pragmatic to say that China wins from this war launched by the United States against Iran. China wants to be on the right side of history, and China wants to be on the right side of history not only for today or this year, but for the coming 100 years, if not for the coming 1,000 years, if not even longer. Why? Because in China, we always have this tradition of looking forward into the future and think about how the future generations will judge whether what we do today is the right thing or the wrong thing. Now, in this war launched by the United States against Iran, Iran is being invaded, and the United States is an invader, is the aggressor. Therefore, for China to call for this war to end as quickly as possible is China's commitment to be on the right side of history. Because we not only need to do this thing right today, we also need to look forward into the future generations, and they need to conclude, yes, China did the right thing. China called on the United States and Israel to stop the war. And even if Israel refuses to stop the war, China will urge the United States to stop the war ahead of time. So China gains when peace prevails, and China will lose if war breaks out. If not between China and another country, if the war breaks out between another country and another third country, China loses. China gains nothing, philosophically speaking, if a war breaks out anywhere in this world. Now, on the other side, President Trump wants to be the salesperson in chief for the United States. And he brings about 17 mega companies. They account for probably more than 50% of the US economy, more than 50% of the US stock market, for example. I think President Trump should be complimented for his eagerness to peddle American products to China. Now, allow me to mention one thing. China has the biggest demand and the largest market for American products of all kinds. And I even made the suggestion that China and the United States should really commit to increase the bilateral trade to 1 trillion. Trade in goods between China and the United States should really be increased rather than reduced. And then for the additional amount to be added to the China-US trade in goods, it is up to the United States to search thoroughly in the United States to come up with goods, commodities, whatever you can find to sell to China, to make sure that China-US trade in goods eventually will be more balanced. China has no desire to seek imbalance in China-US trade. So this should be a better goal for China and the United States to work upon. And no one should be surprised that in China, the demand for US goods is large, and we are in an affordable position. We can afford to pay, and then we have a sustainable market still on the upside to further grow. Now, to achieve this, to sell more goods to China, the United States need to do one thing. Don't weaponize trade. Don't weaponize tariff. Don't treat China as an enemy or as an adversary. Treat China as an equal and level off the playing ground. While the Americans want to increase export to China, the United States should not block China's export to the United States. And we should work together to make sure that both the Chinese people and the American people will benefit from increased and expanded, enhanced China-US trade with each other. I always believe in win-win situation for both China and the United States. And I do hope there will be a day when China and the United States will embrace each other, hold each other's hands, and will walk in the same direction to make sure that China and the United States will benefit, and the rest of the world will also rise up with the rising tide. This will be a better world. And anyone who is opposed to my prediction and my hope probably is not working for the fundamental good of the American people. My belief is simple. If you want to hurt China today, you hurt the fundamental interests of the American people. Because between China and the United States, what we have been doing for the past 80 years has generated huge benefit to the Americans. Allow me to ask a question. Which family in the United States doesn't have toys made in China? And whether that toys have made your kids happier when they grow up? Which American family hasn't saluted to the American flag? And many of the American flags are made in China. By saluting to the American national flag made in China, does it make you more patriotic or less patriotic? I think Americans become more patriotic by saluting to national flags, and they don't care whether that flag is made in Wisconsin or in Yiwu in China. The fact that they salute to the flag is more important than where that flag was manufactured. Allow me to ask another question. Whether Americans have read Bibles at home, and do you know many of the Bibles sold in the United States, in circulation in the United States, are made and printed in China? Now, my question is simple. Dear American, have you become more religious? Have your commitment to your God becomes more reinforced when you read Bible at home? And whether you really care about whether the Bible is made and printed in China or not? Now, I don't think the person will be a good Christian or good Catholic if he says, if I read the Bible printed in China, it makes me less Christian and less godly. No, that's not a logical conclusion. So I hope we need to expunge the evils being preached by those people with vicious minds in the United States who want to, decouple China from the United States. I want to see that more and more Americans will agree with me, as I do, that they have benefited from working with China. And the toys in their home, the Bibles they read, the national flag they salute to, many of which are made in China by my countrymen. We use the best quality fabric, best material. We use the best skills. We spend hours after hours to make the best product with the lowest price. We want to make the American people happier. And why we all of a sudden become the curse? Why we become the enemy of the United States? We deserve to be fully recognized as partners of the United States. And I hope President Trump is doing the right thing to bring the mega companies to China and ask them to explore the market size in China, to sell more American goods to China, and hopefully on the precondition that America is also leveling off its playground to allow more and more Chinese goods to be sold into the United States. Especially, allow me to tell your audience in the United States, China-made electric cars, EV cars, or sustainable cars are the best in the world. And the American people deserve to use the best EV cars produced in China to be enjoyed by the American people.
That's a great point. Because I've been to China several times, and not only are the EVs incredibly, in terms of quality, just top of the line in the world, but they're also they're inexpensive. They're less expensive than the current market in the United States. So it would make it way more accessible for Americans to access electric vehicles if the Chinese market was available to them. But right now, there is this massive tariff and, of course, a lot of so-called national security considerations that the U.S. Constantly puts barriers up for that. But Professor Gao, I wanted to read to you what the White House said about the results of the Trump-Xi summit. And I'll just read it, and then I'll get your reaction to it. They said, it's a very brief statement. President Trump had a good meeting with President Xi of China. The two sides discussed ways to enhance economic cooperation between our two countries, including expanding market access for American businesses into China and increasing Chinese investment into our industries. Leaders from many of the United States' largest companies joined a portion of the meeting. The presidents also highlighted the need to build on progress in ending the flow of fentanyl precursors in the U.S., as well as increasing Chinese purchases of American agricultural products. The two sides agreed that the Strait of Hormuz must remain open to support the free flow of energy. President Xi also made clear China's opposition to the militarization of the strait and any effort to charge a toll for its use, and he expressed interest in purchasing more American oil to reduce China's dependence on the strait in the future. Both countries agreed that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. What's your reaction to this statement? Maybe if you have more information on China's position, because I don't think a Chinese readout has necessarily come out just yet, but what's your thoughts? I don't know if we've lost you, Professor Gao. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
Can you see
okay.
me? Can you hear me now?
Your picture has been frozen for a
Hello?
bit, but I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me and
Okay.
can you see me now?
I can hear you, but
Should I continue?
yes, you should continue. Did you hear my question to you?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
I heard your
Yes.
question. Let me answer your question.
Okay.
I think that is the American version of what was discussed. The Chinese version eventually coming out may be significantly and materially different from the American version. And it's understandable because each side may focus on what really matters for it most. Now, I personally would not agree with some of the assessment or analysis contained in this announcement by the US government. Of what China discussed with the United States. However, on the other side, I think it's absolutely true that China and the United States need to talk about how to normalize relations and how to reduce, if not eliminate, all the animosity or hostility in China-US relations. Now, talking about trade is the most elegant thing because it really can touch upon the lives of the Chinese people as well as the American people. I have been calling for reciprocal zero tariff between China and the United States. How does it work? The United States is having a trade deficit in goods. China has a trade surplus in goods with the United States. So we can use the US export to China as the base. All US export to China has zero tariff entry to China. So the Americans will have an incentive to find goods to be sold to China. Zero tariff makes everything easier. Now, the equal amount, the equivalent amount of Chinese export to the United States should also have zero tariff entering the United States. Now, on the Chinese side, there is a surplus amount in addition to the base amount. For that additional amount, it could be subject to discretionary tariff imposed by the United States. But that structure, what I call reciprocal zero tariff, will really open up the China market for zero tariff entry of American goods. That will be truly a blessing for the American producers. And this will actually, ironically, help America to really achieve MAGA, Make America Great Again. So if any American people want to join me in promoting the reciprocal zero tariff scheme for China and the United States, I'll be very happy to work with you to make sure that we have a new trade structure, which is hassle-free. Secondly, it's efficient. Thirdly, it encourages more trade rather than less trade. And then it incentivizes the American exporters to find more goods to be sold to China for the benefit of creating more jobs in the United States. Now, there will be many other things China and the United States can think about and can promote. And I believe that if we have enough wisdom and resourcefulness and vision and courage between China and the United States, there'll be no obstacle we cannot overcome. And there will be no brighter future we cannot build up for our prosperities in China and the United States. This is the better version for China-US relations. And I want to thank President Trump for making this long trip to China on a state visit. And I do hope both China and the United States can benefit from this close encounter and make use of this very important state visit as an occasion for us to recommit ourselves to better relations between China and the United States. I dream of a day when the American people and the Chinese people will look at each other into each other's eye and say, "You're not my enemy. You're not my devil. You are very much like me. Your Chinese dream are very much like our American dream. We can get along, and we can really create more wealth for both the Chinese people as well as the American people." I'm pretty sure that day will be coming along. Maybe it's not too far away around the corner, and that will be truly making America great again, and that will also make China great again.
Yeah, and Professor Gao, as we head, I know that you have an appointment in a few minutes, so I just wanted your a final reaction to this. You know, a lot was made outside of this meeting of the global implications of the summit. And one of the big calls for a lot of those who surround Donald Trump, including someone like Lindsey Graham, was for the United States to essentially pressure China to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And a lot is made too of the United States' push to get China to buy more oil from the U.S., which Trump in the White House statement insinuated is going to happen. What do you make of this call? You know, Lindsey Graham called China's allies dirtbags, Iran and Russia. This mentality and this kind of approach from maybe the broader U.S. political class seems to be counterproductive or counterintuitive to the very basis of this meeting. Do you see any potential hiccups and issues that might come along the way as the U.S. and China attempt to, as China, I think, put it, the foreign ministry, they put it, try to build some kind of constructive strategic stability. Do you find that the U.S. Has the capacity for this at the current time, or do you think more work is needed down the road?
Yeah, if I need to sign out, two very brief points. First of all, about Senator Graham. With due respect to the senator, if you listen to every piece of things he's uttering, the United States will go bankrupt. Because I don't think Senator Graham really cares about the fundamental interest of the American people. He's probably more serving the vested interests, which may be many and plenty, rather than serving the fundamental interest of the American people. Listen very carefully as to what he says and what he advises President Trump is doing. My bottom line is that he's not serving the fundamental interests of the American people. Why do I say this? Because I truly believe the Chinese people and the American people are not enemies. We should engage with each other. We should get along with each other. And for anyone, especially a person in high position, try to talk about decoupling China, put maximum pressure upon China. He simply doesn't know what he's talking about. Does he want to be General MacArthur II? General MacArthur wanted to apply maximum pressure to China. And what happened to General MacArthur? He was fired by President Truman. And he became a complete failure, forfeiting all the military glories he accumulated over the decades. I hope Senator Graham will pay a visit to the graveyard and the tomb of General MacArthur, and that will make him better understanding what is China is talking about. China is a megatrend, is a reality in this world for the United States to engage fully on equal terms. If Senator Graham wants to manhandle China, he will be failing the expectation of the American people, and he will serve miserably, and he will let down whoever who voted him into office. So, Senator Graham, please serve the fundamental interests of the American people rather than the vested interest which may push you to the forefront. That's number one. Number two is that for China and the United States, I do believe in the inevitability of peace. I always call for peace between China and the United States, and I will fight against any force between China and the United States which wants to agitate for war between our two great nations. war breaking out between China and the United States will be a complete disaster for both the Chinese people and the American people. And China's purpose is one: defending peace for China and prevent the United States from agitating for war, and making sure that the Chinese people and the American people will live in perpetuity and in eternity in harmony with each other, rather than being dragged down into the sinkhole of war and confrontation and calamities, or even Armageddon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Professor Gao, please be in touch. Let's stay connected. And it was a great show with you today. Take care. Have a good night. I know it's about to be morning out in Beijing. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
To the program. Thank you so much for being here.
I'm glad I didn't wear out my welcome last time. So good.
No, I'm so glad to have you, and it's a privilege to host you. So Larry, we just got the latest inflation reading, and in April, inflation accelerated as a direct result of the US and Israel's war against Iran. So it is now official that Americans are indeed paying the cost of Trump's interventionism, as he himself is currently in Beijing. Trump is, of course, politically weakened, I would argue. No strategic gains in Iran, no diplomatic breakthrough in the proxy war against Russia via Ukraine. His approval rating hit a new low. It is negative 21, according to The Economist. Beijing, of course, is well aware of these things and has the opportunity to use its own leverage. On your Substack, you write that the Trump administration hasn't even been preparing diplomatically for the meeting with Xi. Right. And when Trump landed in Beijing on Wednesday, I actually noticed that Xi Jinping didn't come personally to the airport to receive him. So the war in Iran will likely be central to the Trump-Xi meeting. What is your interpretation of the state of Trump's war of choice on Iran at the moment? Is it on pause while he's in China? What is going on? Walk us through the current state of affairs.
Sure. Yes, the war in Iran is on pause until Trump goes wheels up from China on Friday. And then I expect that the United States will launch new attacks, new aerial attacks on Russia. They may try to do something on the ground, though. That would be a suicide mission if they do. It'll be a disaster. It'll add to Trump's problems, won't clear them up. But he held off because China basically threatened him and said, if you launch an attack on Iran, don't even think of coming. We're not going to receive you. Because behind the scenes, China and Russia are working closely with Pakistan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Iran to create what would be called a new security architecture for the Persian Gulf. The goal of this is to push the United States out. So the United States is no longer the influential power in that area, and to bring it under the control, and not so much control, but under the stewardship of both Russia and China. The secret actions behind the scenes between China and Pakistan. And Pakistan was approached by the United States to reach out and contact Iran because the United States wanted to get the fighting stopped because it was losing. It won't admit that in public, but that's what was going on. And the Pakistanis talked to the Chinese, and the Chinese talked to the Russians, and so they've been working in a coordinated fashion to try to basically bring the war to an end, get the Strait of Hormuz opened again, but under the control of Iran. That is, Iran's has made that clear. That's not a negotiable item. What's fascinating about Trump's trip to China is the Chinese are not giving it much priority at all. Example: one of my friends sent me a picture from his friend who was in, or a movie clip. He was in Beijing, so this was about, let's say, 24 hours ago, and he was driving from the airport down to Beijing center of the city, and all along the roadside there are light poles, and they had flags on them, and there was the Chinese flag and the Iranian flag, not the U.S. flag. Now, they only had a few hours to, drive along and maybe take those down and replace them with U.S. flag, but I don't think they did. Now when Trump arrived at night, he may not have seen that, but it's sending a subtle message by China. The other thing was, as you noted, Xi Jinping made no effort to go out to the airport to greet Trump, unlike when Putin arrived for a meeting 2-3 years ago. Xi was at the airport. Watch what happens when Putin shows up in a couple of weeks. Xi will be at the airport. On the front page of the China Times, so it's a Chinese language newspaper, and let me just make sure I got the name on that right, because where are you? There he is. It was the China Daily. The title, the main article on that newspaper is Sino-Tajik ties enter new phase. And so Chinese Tajikistan ties enter new phase. That's the top article. Over on the side, let me blow this up a little bit. Over on the side, it says, Xi navigates China-U.S. relations amid global uncertainty.
That's a signal.
Oh, you think? The Chinese are clearly signaling that, the United States they're not right. What they think. In the same vein, on the major social media platforms, this was another interesting sort of sign. Let's see, which one is this? It is, on the CCTV and the Xinhua websites, that they don't have a single thing, not a single mention that Trump's coming to visit Beijing. So the Chinese are sending a clear message. This is not a high-profile, important meeting. Trump's pretending like it is. Chinese are not treating it as such. And the United States enters this meeting with a lot of false assumptions. They're assuming that the blockade has effectively cut off China from Iran's oil and that it has no alternative. Boom, that's a lie, because China now is buying more oil from Russia and from Brazil, of all places. I didn't realize this until I started looking into it yesterday, but Brazil produces as much oil per day as does Iran. Now there's still oil coming out of Iran for China, because the reality is the United States has not been able to shut that down. But overall, this highlights the fact that the United States has really antagonized the Chinese. We've insulted them, we've threatened them, and frankly, their patience with Trump and his administration is exhausted. Scott Bessent keeps trying to throw sanctions at him. And in fact, just yesterday, they announced before Trump left that they were sanctioning 3 individuals and 9 companies in China because they were receiving buying oil from Iran. And the Chinese had told these companies earlier, if the United States does this, tell them basically to screw off. We're not going to recognize or accept those sanctions, not at all. So there will be a tense meeting, but you see, Trump talks a tough game in public, but when he chickens out when the doors are closed and he's face to face with a leader that's saying, basically, what the hell's wrong with you? Why are you insulting and disrespecting us this way? And he'll, I'm sorry, we didn't mean it. He'll tap dance away.
Trump is bringing top CEOs with him to China, including Elon Musk, Jensen Huang of NVIDIA. He's bringing Tim Cook of Apple, Larry Fink from BlackRock, Blackstone, and Boeing CEOs are also there. But as you mentioned, and also about a month ago, Trump sanctioned China's refineries for processing Iranian oil. Right. And so it's very much sort of that carrot and a stick approach, isn't it? So is Trump hoping now that Beijing will essentially catch the bait, shift its focus toward the possibility of expanding economic cooperation while being sanctioned by the United States and forget all about from the Iran war?
Well, they could. China holds the cards. So, for example, with respect to Tesla, it can make it easy, to make Tesla's products uncompetitive by going ahead and because they had argued to get a deal where Tesla would be exempt from the tariffs, but the China said, "Fine, put the tariffs on. You're going to tariff our automobiles and the tariffs apply to Tesla as well." For Apple, Foxconn, which is a major producer for Apple, it does provide a lot of jobs for the Chinese, and the Chinese have been willing to make some accommodations there. But the Chinese have been developing their own technology with Huawei, and Huawei, in some aspects, outpaces Apple. So it's not like this is the only game in town, and so it's more important for Apple and Tesla to be able to try to remain competitive in China, because China is where the big market is. A billion plus, 1.3 billion people, and the same with respect to dealing with countries like India, which Trump has also sanctioned. They're the largest country, and they've got and they're going to continue to grow. Their birth rate is not under control. So this is, and then he brought Boeing. Now, I'm sure the Chinese are going to tell Boeing, "Sorry, we got no interest in what you're selling. We're buying from Russia now." Russia has created jet engines and aircraft from all local parts, so they can't be sanctioned. In the past, Boeing part of these sanctions against, and they burned. I think they burned some bridges that are not going to be built. So, Trump's surrounding himself with all these businesses who none of them have leverage over China. It's just the reverse. They're all going to have to line up basically to kiss some Chinese ass.
I would like to go back to the statement that you made in the very beginning of this conversation. You said that basically the war is on pause in Iran during his visit, and it is fair to anticipate an attack on Iran once he returns back to Washington. And recently, I've seen reports of a nuclear submarine deployment. As of May 2026, the U.S. Navy is deploying Ohio-class nuclear ballistic missile submarines, allegedly for strategic signaling, including a high-profile arrival of a submarine in Gibraltar following the rejection of a ceasefire proposal by Iran. And of course, you're the expert on this, Larry, so please correct me, but it is my understanding that these submarines are designed to be undetectable, right? So their
Correct.
Location is to be unknown. And
Correct.
So this public disclosure is effectively a tool of coercion, is a way to coerce Iran and also signal the possibility of further escalation. What is your take on these deployments of nuclear submarines, including the reported presence of the USS Alaska in the region?
Yeah, well, you're absolutely correct that this is not the kind of thing that they should be out advertising if they're serious about using it, because where you identify where it's located, the Russians and the Chinese both have satellites capable then of tracking it, following it, and they have systems capable of killing it. And the last thing you want to do is get a U.S. submarine basically trapped in the Mediterranean. That's a confined area. It's not like they've got lots of room to roam and to hide. This is another example of Trump thinking he can threaten Iran by saying, okay, that nuclear subs out there, except he just said 2 weeks ago that he'd never use a nuke. So is he lying? Perhaps. They have to now take in the fact he may be lying, but it doesn't change Iran's position. Iran is not going to surrender to the West. In fact, it has effectively defeated the United States, as Robert Kagan in his recent article in The Atlantic noted, that the United States is a devastating defeat at the hands of the Iranians. And I agree with that part of Kagan's analysis, but he was also basically trying to lay the case that we need to have a bigger ground invasion of Iran, take on Iran on the ground, which is absolutely insane. It would be Gallipoli times 2 or times 10. But the status of the war, as far as Iran's concerned, is they're ready to retaliate. If the United States attacks first, they will retaliate against all the Gulf Arabs and the U.S. bases in Jordan and Israel. And it will be, as we now have learned, Israel doesn't have any effective air defense left. It's gone. The United States is almost exhausted its supply of Patriot missile interceptors called PAC-3s, as well as THAAD interceptors. They're lucky if they got a 10% reserve left, if that. So this war could rapidly expand out of control or rapidly expand to a new level. And while all that's taking place, the economic impact of the shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz is starting to hit globally. And it's really starting to impact in the United States. I'll give you an example. Let's see here. Where is it? Let me share this with you. Okay. The shortages of Mosaic Mining Company that does fertilizer. So Mosaic is actually a mining company that in the area where I live in Bradenton, Sarasota, Manatee County, but it's spread out in other. It's a widespread operation. It also produces fertilizer because it digs out phosphate. It does a phosphate mining. What they said is they're running out of inventory. And in fact, their CEO, they just announced their first quarter results. They lost $373 million in the first quarter. And that's because of the price of sulfur, which is one of the main commodities that comes out of the Persian Gulf. 35% of that is off the market now. So the price of that has gone way up. And this mining operation now has an huge increased cost. Costco and Walmart have just they've just been informed that they won't have any oil. If you go into the automotive section, you can buy cans of oil to do your own oil change. So a lot of people still like to do that. Well, they're finding out those shelves are now bare. Their supplier does not. Mobil and Shell are the main supplier, and they just informed them, hey, we don't have that oil. Don't have it in place. Toyota is reportedly sending out a service bulletin today or tomorrow, telling that you can use 20 weight oil in lieu of 8 weight or 16 weight, because the Shell Pearl GTL facility at Roslofton, Qatar, it's completely offline. There's another way of saying it. It's been destroyed. Can't produce. So all these economic effects are going to come in. Right now, the price of gasoline at your pump went up about 50 cents, I think, in the last week. It's now plateaued. It's come down a little bit. You go, well, gee, why is that? Well, that's because they're releasing oil from the strategic reserve to try to mitigate this price rise. And that'll last for about a week, and then boom, the price is going to go back up. Yeah. So look, you'll be paying about $1 more in a month. So, and that price effect cascades through the economy. Now, you saw what Trump said before he got on the plane yesterday. They asked him about this. Hey, what about how the costs are affecting American people? And he basically said, I don't give a shit. Not my problem.
Right.
People were like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he didn't use the word the word shit, but he might as well have.
Right.
He basically told the American people, I do not care. You're having economic problems? Too bad. And he justifies it because I stopped Iran from getting a nuke, even though Iran had no intention of building a nuke.
Exactly.
So this is, I think that this is going to get much, much worse for Trump. He has miscalculated. He thinks he's being told in some cases that these are just temporary phenomena. They are not temporary. Lena, I cannot emphasize enough that we do not have a single historical reference point where we can say, look what happened the last time that 5 critical commodities were reduced in supply by 20 to 35%. Oil, liquid natural gas, helium, urea, sulfur. And people may not think much of urea, helium, and sulfur, but those actually turned out to be critically important in industrial processes, in creating refined oil, in creating computer chips. And I mean, they serve a variety of functions. And the fact now that there's a shortage and people are having to pay more for those, which then increases the price of the products that they're producing. And then this is inflation. And it's not 3.8%. This can be 15 to 20%, if not higher.
Yes.
I already know from, I've got two Rottweilers, and the boy and girl, both healthy appetites. So we feed them raw food, raw meat and eggs, etc. The 5-pound log of hamburger meat that I buy about every 2 weeks, that a year ago cost me $14.50. My last outing last week to the store, $21.50.
Yes.
So it's gone up substantially. I guess that's about 40%, almost 50%. So and so that's where they say, oh, the inflation's only 3.2%. Nonsense. Gas has gone up more than that. And one of the ways to get away with that is they say, oh, we're not going to count food and fuel in the statistics on inflation. Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's not count the stuff that people actually eat and use. Okay, let's count stuff that they don't buy. It's just ridiculous.
Absolutely. And it's interesting that Trump is completely dismissing the surge in inflation, even though midterms are coming up. And so I think that would be interesting to see how the economic conditions reflect on the midterms. But you mentioned something that I'm very interested in to learn more. You said that basically the stockpiles of munitions and air defense interceptors have been depleted and have not been replenished. However, at the same time, we know that Trump just dismissed Iran's proposal as, quote, unacceptable. So what is the United States and Israel betting on, given that their military capabilities have been severely depleted, damaged, and frankly, exposed as incapable of inflicting a strategic defeat on Iran? So what are they betting on? Why are they not willing to truly, engage diplomatically and still they're on this war path, despite the realities on the ground?
But you use the critical word, betting. Betting is a form of what? Gambling. We should cue up the old Frank Sinatra song, luck be a lady tonight. That's what they're betting on. They're betting on hope. And without any basis in actual fact. They're not looking at hard factual data. So let me give you an example. You've got the Tomahawk missile, which is a cruise missile, can be launched from submarines and from ships, but also from planes. You've got the JASSM, the Joint Air Strike Surface Missile. It's launched from an F-35. It's like a cruise missile. Then on the defensive side of the ledger, you've got the PAC-3, which is an interceptor in the Patriot missile system, and the THAAD. Well, the total number of PAC-3s that were produced since 2015 is probably about 60. Now it's about 6,600. Once you understand that those PAC-3 missiles, whenever there is an incoming threat, you fire 2 of those against the threat. So if you got 6,600 missiles, they are ostensibly capable of intercepting up to 3,300 ballistic missiles or drones. Then you say, okay, how have those been distributed? Well, we know that about 2,000 of that 6,600 went to foreign governments, were sold to like South Korea and Australia and Germany. So that gets us down to 4,600. Okay, now we, the United States, we can intercept up to 2,300 missiles. We went from being able to do 3,300, now we're down to 2,300. Then we gave another 1,000 of those PAC-3s to Ukraine. Okay, so now we're down to 3,600. So you see where I'm going with this. Mm-hmm. Then last June, there was in the 12-day war where Israel and the United States again attacked, a surprise attack on Iran. They used up another 1,000 of those missiles. So right now, the supply on the PAC-3s, they've got probably 10% remaining of that original 6,600. Now, how many do they produce every month? About 60 to 70 a month, maybe, if they're lucky. So it's really been more between 50 and 60. However, what do they need in order to produce those interceptors? They need something called rare earth minerals. Now, who has those rare earth minerals? Oh, that would be China. And China has been restricting those rare earth minerals now for more than a year and a half because of Trump and his tariffs. They reacted very negatively to Trump's tariffs. So all of a sudden, at the very time where we have depleted our supply of Tomahawks, our supply of JASSMs, our supply of Patriot 3s, PAC-3 missiles, our supply of Tomahawks, we need more rare earths. And China is saying, no, you want us to give you rare earth minerals or sell you rare earth minerals that you're then going to use to make weapons that you're going to use against us? No, that's not going to happen. And that's where Trump is. He's trying to beg for this, but those rare earth minerals are a big blow to U.S. what remains of U.S. industries and high-tech areas. And so the same. So if they go back and renew these attacks on Iran, what it's going to accomplish is a more rapid depletion of what are already limited supplies of some of these critical weapons, Tomahawks, JASSMs, as well as PAC-3s and THAADs. So I said, there's no strategy here. This is the guy who's gambling, or he's playing strip poker. He's down to his underwear. Okay.
With the situation that you just described, doesn't it? And given Trump's refusal to accept I wouldn't expect him to accept the terms that Iran is proposing, but it would be fair to expect the Trump administration to engage in sort of give and take type of diplomacy with Iran. And he's not doing that either. And the situation that you just described, doesn't it increase the risk of the United States or Israel using a tactical nuclear weapon against Iran?
Not necessarily. Yeah, I'd be more frustrated. But again, just using the nuke to accomplish kill civilians. If you're going to use a nuke on the underground cities that produce the ballistic missiles from which those ballistic missiles fired, what they're going to find is those facilities have been built to withstand a nuclear attack. So a nuclear attack against them is only going to simply put the United States in a position of having been the first. We're the only ones ever to use a nuke. Now we've done it again. And at this point, you're going to look at China, Pakistan, Russia, North Korea, countries with nukes, looking that they may have to use them against the United States. And there may actually be those threats issued to the United States that if you dare to use a nuclear weapon, then you're opening yourself up to being attacked by the same device. So, it's going to be extremely frustrating. But I think the reality is Trump, if he wants to get out of this somewhat intact, he's going to have to accept Iran's conditions. And, Iran's conditions are lift the sanctions on us, unfreeze our assets. Most Americans don't understand the assets that are frozen is money that Iran paid to American manufacturers to buy certain weapon systems and airplanes and other things. And that when the Shah was overthrown, the United States said, well, they froze all that. We basically took their money. They paid for something, but we're refusing to provide it. And Iran said, no, that's not how that works. You either return all the money we paid you with interest, or you give us what we bought. It's an interesting dilemma on that front. It wants the sanctions released immediately. It wants the war to stop. It wants Israel to be stopped from killing Palestinians and Lebanese. And on that, Iran is becoming, and they're not giving up on that. That's a non-negotiable point. They're not going to accept that as a possible something they could back away from. Then they also want reparations. Pay for what you've broken in our country, and last, we'll talk about how much uranium we enrich, et cetera, once all these other things are taken care of. And Iran is not backing away from that, and they're not going to back away from that. And so, you're in the position, you're going to decide, do we want to make a deal with them and get this war to stop? Because at some point, it's going to become so costly for the United States, we will not be able to sustain it.
Look, man, you've got one body. And at this age, your body wants to help you. But you have to...
There are opinions in the Western media that Trump may actually try to put pressure on China to persuade Tehran to concede to U.S. terms. But when it comes to Trump's leverage with China, arguably, he doesn't really have that many cards to play. So, as you mentioned earlier, and in my personal opinion, it appears more likely that China will push Trump to effectively stop his blockade of the Hormuz Strait, which has, of course, increased the supply crisis for everybody involved globally. So what role do you expect China to play this week in trying to get out of this crisis that the Trump administration created?
Yeah, well, I think, the Trump administration has given Iran a great gift. Up until the April 15th, the Strait of Hormuz was closed because the Iranians were closing it and threatening ships that tried to breach their closure. Now, however, the country that's threatening ships if they try to come out is the United States. So now the United States is to blame for what is now cascading into a global economic catastrophe. that will lead to an economic depression that will surpass anything that happened in 1929. So, to that end, China's message to the United States will be very simple. You need to stop this blockade. What you're doing is illegal. You're exacerbating the situation. See, Iran already is willing to allow ships from India and from China, or ships destined for those destinations, ships destined for Japan. Anybody that's agreed to not allow their territory to be used or to support the U.S. or Israeli attacks on Iran, they'll be allowed to freely come and go. But if ships that are aligned with Israel or the United States, they will not be allowed to use it. That's not going to go away. But as long as the United States does the blockade, where it basically does verbal threats against ships, turn around or else, most of them turn around. So it puts now the onus. It's the United States creating this economic chaos.
Exactly. If we approach this from the great power competition perspective, the Trump administration's 2025 national security strategy did identify China as a major challenge and a peer competitor. And in a now notorious video, Pete Hegseth stated that in every war game, the United States is actually unable to defeat China. Correct. So now that we've had the first round of war against Iran back in June of 2025, and now we're sort of on pause this year, what conclusions do you feel China may have made by observing Trump's strategic defeat in the Iran war? And what conclusions and takeaways do you think it is able to apply toward a possibility of a direct confrontation with the United States of America?
The United States can be beat pretty easily. And the roadmap is there. We saw it. It started with what happened when Trump launched Operation Rough Rider in the Red Sea in March 2025, went on for 7 weeks. And by May, Trump declared victory, claimed that the Houthis had capitulated, and then he ordered the U.S. aircraft carrier out of the Red Sea. And the Houthis had not capitulated. They still controlled the access to ports in Israel, and any ship that was destined for there was attacked and sunk, or attacked and turned around. So, if you're the Chinese watching that, you saw the United States was limited. It could not defeat the Houthis. And the Houthis were not known as one of the top armies or navies in the world. So then next up was the 12-day war. Again, the limitations of the capabilities of U.S. air defense systems, the Patriot 3 and the PAC-3 and the THAAD. And then now we've seen what's happened both in the attempt to spark a color revolution in early January. That failed, followed by the surprise attack, sneak attack on Iran. And after 5 weeks of war, where the United States was bombing relentlessly, demonstrated that they couldn't put ground forces in. It was too risky. And they had to keep their Navy far offshore, because if they got in close, they were going to get sunk. So from China's standpoint, I'm sure they're telling the Iranians, keep it up. Let them continue to fire their missiles at you, because every one they fire at you is one less that they can fire at us. And at some point, we're going to deplete the United States to the point that it cannot retaliate effectively. That's where this is headed.
When it comes to the visit in China to China and kind of how that may affect the course of war against Iran, what awaits Trump in China, do you think? And what outcomes are you expecting from this visit? Is it just going to be effectively a photo op effectively,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
will he come back with something meaningful?
No, this will barely be a photo op. The photos are going to be taken. She's not going to be smiling ear to ear. They're not going to be giving each other a big bear hug. The Trump administration is going to find that what it wants out of China, it wants China to start buying U.S. treasuries. It wants China to start buying U.S. soybeans. It wants China to start buying a number of U.S. products, agricultural products, as well as some, Boeing aircraft engines. And they're going to find China saying, we're not interested in buying any more of your soybeans. We're getting plenty from Brazil. And we don't have to pay for it in dollars. We pay for it with our own currency, the yuan. There will be the U.S. effort to get them to pressure Iran will backfire. The Chinese will make it clear they're not pressuring Iran on anything. They're backing Iran. They've decided to fully support Iran throughout this war. So it'll be a very frustrating visit for Trump. He's not going to get any kind of conciliatory statements out of the Chinese.
Larry, thank you so much for joining us today. This was an absolutely fascinating conversation, as always, and I know that our viewers would absolutely
$100 in Navan rewards for onboarding your company. Finance teams love it too. Real-time spend tracking, automatic approvals.
Later confirmed to Putin that Russia has unveiled what Vladimir Putin calls the world's most powerful missile system. The Sarmat ICBM, tested successfully this week, is being projected as Moscow's warning to Washington and Donald Trump. Putin claims the missile is 4 times more powerful than any Western counterpart.
Firstly, it is the most powerful missile system in the world, not inferior in power to the Voyevoda missile system in our arsenal, as was just mentioned, which is of Soviet production. The total power of the delivered warhead exceeds that of any existing, most powerful Western counterpart by more than 4 times.
Dramatic footage released by the Russian Defense Ministry showed launch crews entering codes before Sarmat blasted into the sky. Russian Strategic Rocket Forces commander Sergei Karakayev later confirmed to Putin that the launch achieved all objectives and validated the missile's combat capabilities.
Today at 11:15, the Strategic Missile Forces conducted a launch of the latest heavy liquid-fueled intercontinental ballistic missile, Sarmat. The launch was successful, and the mission was accomplished. Based on the results, the correctness of the design and technological solutions has been confirmed, as well as the feasibility of the specified characteristics by the missile system.
Putin claims Sarmat can travel more than 35,000 kilometers and approach targets through suborbital routes over both the North and South Poles. Moscow says that gives the missile the ability to bypass NATO missile shields designed around traditional ballistic trajectories.
Secondly, and this is crucial, the missile can move not only along a ballistic trajectory, but also along a suborbital trajectory, which, thirdly, allows for a range of over 35,000 kilometers with simultaneously improved flow characteristics by 2 times. Finally, it has the capability to overcome all existing and prospective missile defense systems. By the end of this year, Sarmat will indeed be put on combat duty.
Russia says Sarmat can carry avant-garde hypersonic glide vehicles that constantly change direction mid-flight, making interception extremely difficult. Moscow claims the system can evade both existing and future missile defense shields deployed by the United States and NATO.
Delivers a warhead that's big enough to destroy any major city totally. If you look at Hiroshima was, if I remember correctly, about 20 kilotons. We're talking something that's enough to wipe out New York as a whole with one strike. This and the ability to travel into any direction and come back around 35,000 kilometers at the end of the day. More than enough to go around the world and come back and strike from the other side. So at this point, it becomes very difficult for the United States to cover everything in radar and in anti-aircraft systems. And if it's carrying hypersonic glide vehicles, then there's nothing that the U.S. has that can stop that.
The rhetoric surrounding Sarmat has turned openly apocalyptic. Former U.S. Army officer Stanislav Krapivnik warned that a strike on central Paris could partially melt the Eiffel Tower from the extreme heat generated by the blast, underlining the terrifying destructive power Moscow is advertising.
The first strike on an air burst strike in Paris, in the center of Paris, the very center, there wouldn't be anything left. The heat is such that the Eiffel Tower would probably melt, at least partially melt and collapse. The light wave, the first thing that strikes is light. It's such a bright light that it will quite literally, it'll turn people into ash. It'll burn off everything and set metal on fire.
The Sarmat launch is more than a missile test. It is Russia's attempt to project strategic dominance at a time of deep confrontation with NATO and the West. As arms control treaties collapse and nuclear rhetoric intensifies, the shadow of a new Cold War is rapidly returning to global politics.
Israel continues to play a double game against Russia. On the one hand, the Israeli authorities declare how they value good relations with Russia, but on the other hand, there is increasing evidence that Israel continues to support the Kiev regime. Against this backdrop, it is also worth paying attention to the statement of the Russian military. In particular, they confirmed that in the Special Military Operations Zone, Ukrainian nationalists are using not only Israeli electronic warfare systems against the Russian troops, but also anti-drone rifles.
Most people think trading has to be a grueling full-time job to actually see any results, but there is a way to identify
Israeli ambassador to Ukraine, Mikhail Brodsky, also added fuel to the fire. In the summer of 2025, he officially announced that Israel had already transferred several units of Patriot missile systems to Ukraine. It is also worth noting the provocative words of the Israeli ambassador to Germany, Ron Prosser. In particular, speaking to German journalists, he officially confirmed that Israel provides comprehensive support to Ukraine. At the same time, he stressed that Israel is doing this covertly, so as not to spoil relations with Moscow, since there is a large Jewish community in Russia. Against this backdrop, Igor Korochenko, an authoritative military expert and director of the Center for Analysis of the Global Arms Trade, said that Israel would regret its decision to begin providing covert support to Ukraine. It is noteworthy that after the first evidence appeared that Israel is supporting Ukraine, the IDF's losses in southern Lebanon increased significantly. This happened after Hezbollah received a large number of Russian-made man-portable air defense systems. Furthermore, Hezbollah has also received a large number of fiber-optic FPV drones. As a result, in early May alone, in southern Lebanon, the Israeli army lost more than 60 soldiers and 7 pieces of heavy equipment. It is noteworthy that immediately after this, Israel's behavior towards Russia changed 180 degrees. Israeli officials suddenly and abruptly changed their rhetoric regarding the Ukrainian issue. Israeli politicians, including ambassadors to Western countries, suddenly took a neutral position. At the same time, it is worth noting that Western countries, including some representatives of the Democratic and Republican parties of the United States, are still trying to convince Israel of the need to join the so-called collective West in its fight against Russia in Ukraine. However, after a harsh reaction from Russian authorities, official Tel Aviv began to adhere to a policy of neutrality regarding the current war in Ukraine. Furthermore, it became known that Israel has officially banned the United States, Germany, and other Western countries from supplying Israeli weapons to Ukraine. In addition, Tel Aviv has also refused to give Germany permission to send anti-tank missiles to Ukraine, which are produced by German engineers under an Israeli license. However, even a sharp change in Tel Aviv's rhetoric towards Ukraine does not prevent the West from continuing to exert tremendous pressure on Israel, so that it not only continues to support Ukraine by sending defensive weapons systems, but also openly starts supplying Kyiv with offensive weapons, including intelligence. For example, during the recent visit of Israeli generals to the United States, as part of the official delegation of the Israeli Ministry of Defense, some senior Pentagon officials appealed to their Israeli counterparts to allow Germany to transfer Israeli Spike anti-tank missiles to Ukraine. However, the Israeli generals' reaction to this request from their American counterparts was very harsh. Insiders in Washington have confirmed that senior representatives of the Israeli Defense Ministry have officially stated that Tel Aviv is not going to violate its neutral status, and will never give its consent to the supply of Israeli weapons to Ukraine. My dear truth seekers, it is worth noting that Israel has also refused to support Western sanctions against Russia, even against the backdrop of the current war in the Middle East and the ongoing escalation around the Strait of Hormuz. Moreover, Israel also refused to comply with Ukraine's request to prevent Russian bulk carriers, loaded with Crimean grain, from entering Israeli seaports. Tel Aviv not only allowed Russian vessels to enter Israeli seaports, but also unloaded Crimean grain, which Kyiv considers stolen from Ukraine. Commenting on these Israeli actions, experts concluded that Tel Aviv is very afraid of finally spoiling relations with Russia, especially after Moscow has already demonstrated its capabilities in the Middle East. Israel understands perfectly well that it is better not to anger Russia. Otherwise, Moscow can not only strengthen its support for Iran, but also start supplying Hezbollah and other anti-Israeli forces with more destructive types of weapons. However, it should be noted that Israel's fear of Russia's wrath does not prevent Tel Aviv from treating the head of the Kiev regime, Volodymyr Zelensky, quite kindly. The Israeli authorities even granted Israeli citizenship to Zelensky's parents and transported them to Israel. Meanwhile, it is worth noting that Israel's refusal to supply its weapons to the Kiev regime indicates that this conflict affects not only Russia and Ukraine. The complex balance of interests and the involvement of many countries in the geopolitical confrontation are among the most important features of the current crisis in Eastern Europe. That is why there is no unity among the NATO member states regarding the Ukrainian issue. Many NATO states are seriously afraid of a possible direct military clash with Russia. These countries believe that the ongoing escalation of the Ukrainian conflict by the West may prompt Russia to take tougher retaliatory measures. It is also worth noting that many NATO states doubt that in the event of a direct military conflict with Russia, other members of the alliance will support them. It is for this reason that Poland refused to supply Ukraine with new types of weapons, intended for the Polish army. It is worth noting that the current US administration has significantly reduced the supply of American weapons to Ukraine, not because it treats Moscow so well, but because the current conflict has shown that the Russian army cannot be stopped on the battlefield, and that Ukraine has already been strategically defeated. Against this backdrop, the United States cannot afford to continue supplying weapons in the same volume to the losing side, especially because the United States itself needs these weapons amid war with Iran and a possible future conflict with China. The current situation shows that Western countries have driven themselves into a dead end. On the one hand, the West dreams of Russia losing the war against Ukraine, but on the other hand, the United States and Europe are afraid to enter into a direct clash with the Russian army. My friends, I am personally surprised that the West, led by the United States, could not foresee such a development. After all, it was clear to everyone that Russia had increased its influence in the Middle East, Africa, and South America. It was clear to everyone that since 2014, Russia had been preparing its economy for harsh Western sanctions. The bad habit of Western states to underestimate Russia has led to the fact that now, by their actions, they have not only lost Ukraine forever, but also destroyed the entire global economy. As for Israel, Russia's decisive actions in the Middle East have shown that Moscow still has at its disposal a fairly large number of levers of pressure on the Jewish state.
The latest operation by the Islamic resistance in Lebanon, using fiber optic FPV, heralds a new era in the conflict, with Hezbollah using wired drones to overcome Israeli electronic jamming systems and successfully carry out targeted attacks on the Lebanese-Israeli border. Hezbollah publicized all of its defensive attacks in a video dated May 9, showing an armed FPV drone traveling to a military helicopter runway near the Shlomi settlement, located in northern Israel, on the other side of the Lebanese border. The FPV is seen chasing Israeli soldiers at the transit base, where an IDF soldier attempted to enter a toilet for cover, only to be knocked out by the high-precision FPV strike. Just next to the town of Shlomi, in Jal al-Alam located inside Lebanon. Hezbollah published several visual documentation of their 3 consecutive operations. Footage from the same day showed an explosive-laden FPV drone targeting a crowd of IDF soldiers at the occupied base. The FPV chased at least 3 soldiers attempting to enter the base's shelter. The IDF acknowledged that at least 3 soldiers were injured in the attack, at least one of them seriously. Still at the same location, one of the demonstrations, this time the FPV targeted the launch pad of Israeli expensive Iron Dome system, estimated at $50 million to $100 million. The first FPV carried out a direct attack on the Iron Dome battery on May 7. The second FPV struck the following day, May 8, targeting a group of 7 Israeli personnel near the Iron Dome battery, at the same facility in Jal al-Alam. In recent days, various IDF posts on the border have been officially abandoned, due to the threat of FPV drones.
A lot of attention is not being paid to that other war that peskily is continuing to go on. That is in the Russia-Ukraine war. And that's unfortunate because there have been some developments of late that warrant a lot more attention. And we are very grateful today to have back with us Scott Ritter, who's been on our show before. And he is a veteran Marine Corps intelligence officer, United Nations weapons inspector, and a really connected person, especially with things related to the Russian side, which makes his invaluable commentary. So, Scott, we're really grateful to have you back today.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Well, look, let's just jump right into it here because there's some. I've got some questions as much as anybody who might be watching the show today, so I'm eager to hear what you have to say. Let's start off first of all with something Peskov has said here recently, because it seems to me that there is I don't know if it's a new narrative, but there is a narrative that seems to be unfolding that has the feeling that something is about to change. Let's take a look at that. First of all, Peskov is saying, hey, you know what? I know we said, but in the past, we're not interested in any kind of a ceasefire unless there's a deal. Now then, we have some conditions, but maybe we will.
President Zelensky must order the armed forces of Ukraine to cease fire and withdraw from the territory of Donbass, from the territory of Russia's regions. At that moment, the ceasefire begins, and the sides will be able to calmly engage in negotiations. By the way, they will inevitably be very difficult and will involve a large number of important details.
Now, you tell me, Scott, if you think part of me at first heard something different there, but then I'm thinking this also sounds like the June 2024 terms, just in a slightly different package. How do you interpret that?
No, this isn't the same as June. When Vladimir Putin made the June 2020, I think 2025 statement, he said, take it now or it's off the table. It will change. The Russians have always said that, the conditions that are being offered to the Ukrainians are dependent upon the reality as it exists. There was a different reality back then. Today, there's a couple of things. One, what Russia has accomplished on the battlefield and is getting ready to accomplish on the battlefield has changed the narrative altogether. Russia no longer really needs Ukraine to withdraw from territories because very soon Russia will have all of the territories that it wants. That's the scope and scale of the Russian progression on the ground. Two, Europe has changed the narrative. We see Europe, making statements such as, we are actively preparing for war with Russia in 2029, 2030. Now, imagine if you're a Russian listening to that. Yeah. What does that mean? Yes, you can have analysts like me who say, don't worry about it. Germany's bankrupt. Great Britain says they can't buy any new military equipment until 2030. France is a joke. It's just words. But you can't just sit there and go, it's just words, especially when two of these European nations, France and the United Kingdom, have nuclear weapons and are doing very aggressive things, such as France is getting ready to deploy nuclear-capable Rafale fighters onto Finnish soil. That means you're moving nuclear strike capability right next to St. Petersburg, to the Kola Peninsula, to the Russian military strategic military bases located there. You have the United Kingdom extending a nuclear umbrella over Germany. You have France extending a nuclear umbrella over Poland. You have Germany talking about potentially building its own nuclear weapons. And there are many in Russia right now. Sergei Karaganov, a man who I know, I've spoken with, and I respect, are saying, this is unacceptable. And it is. It is unacceptable. Americans, you have to understand, you wouldn't sit there and allow nations to get away with it if they said, we are actively preparing for war with the United States come 2030. Every American would be saying, well, let's knock their teeth out right now. You know that's the case. I'd be saying it, and I believe in peace. But if someone wants to fight, then let's fight. I'm not going to wait for you to get ready to beat me up. If you say you want to build a shotgun to shoot me, I'm taking you out right now. I'm not going to wait. In Europe saying they want nuclear weapons. Many in Russia are saying it's time to use a nuke against Europe to preempt this. And Karaganov is right. The only way you change this mentality is through terror, and to instill terror in the hearts of every European to understand that the policies that their respective governments are starting to promulgate and act on are policies that will lead to their collective extinction. And so they're saying use nuclear weapons. But there's a problem. I call it the Karaganov fallacy. I understand why Karaganov and others, Slatkov, are talking about this. But they need to understand one thing. You can't use nuclear weapons in a vacuum. Yes, Karaganov says that if Russia uses, for instance, the United States, he believes, will not sacrifice Boston for Poznan, a hypothetical nuclear strike against Poznan, a Polish city, to set the example to the rest of Europe. That, too, is your fate if you want to threaten Russia. Karaganov says no American president will commit suicide to sacrifice American cities for a Europe that's gone insane. He may be right. He may be wrong. But it doesn't matter. Here's the problem. Here's the fallacy. We live in a day and age of nuclear balance, where we have nuclear deterrence based upon the premise that nuclear weapons are so horrible nobody can ever use them. Therefore, let's not use them. Once you cross that threshold and say we can use nuclear weapons, what you've done is you've changed the deterrence balance. You've gone from two sides saying these are such horrible weapons, we don't want to use them, so let's not use them, to one side saying I've used it. And you want to play games with me, I'll use it again. And now they've achieved nuclear dominance because now they have acted upon the potential. And no other power can sit there and say that's acceptable, because now you've lost the deterrence equation because you haven't crossed that river. You haven't crossed that Rubicon. So you will cross it. Give you an example. If the United States were to use nuclear weapons against Iran, Iran is not Russia, it's not China, but it is a strategic partner of Russia. And the United States, by using nuclear weapons, is sending a signal to Russia. We are willing to use these weapons. We have done it. You don't want to mess with us. Russia will have to respond. Russia will use nuclear weapons preemptively against Europe. Guaranteed, 100% guarantee. We nuke Iran, Russia will end up nuking Europe. There are people talking about it already. And if they do that, even though we didn't nuke each other, we've begun the process of the exchange. And once you use nuclear weapons, you can't put that genie back in the bottle. And it's going to keep going until we bam, full nuclear exchange. We're all dead. That's the Karaganov fallacy, that you cannot control the use of nuclear weapons. Once they are used in the modern age, they will continue to be used by those who possess them because you got away with it until you don't get away with it and everybody's dead. But that's where we're at. There is a distinct change. You are right to pick up on the change in the, I picked up on it. I just wrote an article called Reflections on a Day, reflecting on Victory Day. In the lead up to Victory Day, the 81st celebration of the Allied defeat of Nazi Germany, which apparently only Russia celebrates nowadays because the United States, United Kingdom, and everybody else wants to pretend that Russia didn't play the main role in defeating Nazi Germany and has forgotten about that victory altogether because we embraced a Germany that is resurrecting itself as a new modern Third Reich. I mean, when Germany is talking about building the largest army in Europe and marching against the Russians, that should send warning signals to people because it hasn't worked out the last 2 times Germany tried that. It really went bad last time, and it won't go good this time either. We should be not encouraging this behavior. We should be doing everything we can to prevent this kind of behavior on the part of Europe. But, the United States isn't going to back up Europe in a major war against Russia. Russia, recognizes that they need to intimidate Europe. They need to terrorize Europe, and they will, but not with nuclear weapons. They need to use a different kind of weapon. I use the Iran corollary. Iran just defeated the United States and Israel, 2 nuclear armed powers, by using conventionally armed missiles. Russia has the Oreshnik, and I would say that that's a better option to use Oreshnik against these targets. But Europe has done very dangerous things. They've built long-range strike weapons in the safety of their home territories, immune from Russian attack. Then they give these weapons to the Ukrainians together with intelligence to strike Russia's strategic depth. That's an unsustainable reality for Russia. So we are at a very dangerous time. As I said, Victory Day, I picked up on this new sentiment. Not only Karagonov's interview that he gave on May 6th, but on May 7th, you had Dmitry Medvedev, the former president, former prime minister, current deputy chair of the National Security Council, write an article on RT where he pretty much echoed the same sentiment, that it's time to make Europe extinct if they want to play this game. You listen to Vladimir Putin's speech. You listen to the speech of the Russian ambassador at the reception at the Russian embassy. It's very dark. I mean, the entire reception wasn't about we're looking for a negotiated end to this conflict. The entire reception was about unconditional surrender on the part of the Ukrainians, following the footsteps of the unconditional surrender of Nazi Germany at the end of World War II. And take a look at today or yesterday, 1,500 plus drones fired into Ukraine. The previous record was like 400, 500. 1,500, and they're going to continue. The Russians threaten Ukraine. They said, if you attack Moscow with drones on Victory Day, we will take out Kiev. And they actually sent 5 warnings. That means that Russia is going to take out Kiev because next month is the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Ukraine has already used the Baltic Corridor to strike targets in and around St. Petersburg. Russia will say, you can't strike St. Petersburg ever again. And if they violate it, Russia will take out. Already Ukraine's talking about a response. I can guarantee you that at some point in time, they are literally going to, Ukraine is going to cross the line and Russia is going to take out Kiev, then take out Lvov. And it's the end of Ukraine. I think this is the year that Russia says we are going to break the back of Ukraine and break the back of Europe. It's a very, very dangerous situation.
And for those who may have missed it, I want to show you just a bit of the interview with Glenn Deason and Karaganov here, because he says some very important things I'd like a specific reaction to. Go ahead and play that.
We have restored our soul and our honor. We have started to value those people in our society, which are truly valuable, meritocratic elites, scholars, doctors, officers. So, and the country is becoming more healthy. But for that, we're paying for too many bodies. So my advice to my government is that we should stop this war, at least in Europe, by going up the ladder of escalation. First, attacking by commercial weapons, symbolic or logistical points on European soil. We do not need an inch of Europe, as you might understand. And then if they do not succumb, we should follow with nuclear strikes, relatively massive, with, of course, offering some kind of ultimatum. If they do not succumb, some of the countries of Europe should perish.
Now, there's several things from that I'd like your view to kind of educate us on what may be going on with inside of Russia. One is, he said, we've kind of restored our soul and we're in a better place, but we're paying too many bodies for this price. And that's something I've heard from some other sources that I have within Russia, where they say there is a growing anger actually at Putin for not taking the gloves off and for not winning this before. And apparently there's a lot of pressure on Putin, both from some of the troops as well as some of the higher level folks. What can you tell us about that?
Well, look, there's always going to be frustration at any time. I mean, you were in the military. You know that even when you're winning, the PFC is going to be bitching about something.
Fair enough.
And so there's always going to be it. Plus, in Russia today, people say there's no freedom of speech in Russia, but there is to a very extensive degree. There's a class of people, the military bloggers, who have made a living off of exploiting the negative side of Russian society. Russia has a negative side, just like we do. There's always people that want the government to do more, do better. And there's the armchair, quarterbacks, an entire, cadre of military bloggers who haven't served relevantly, don't know anything about what they're writing about, but they speak emotionally about this war. These are the same people that supported Prigozhin against, in Wagner's march on Moscow, thinking that was a good idea. It wasn't a good idea. It was treason. And these people also, they tend to get very focused on the battlefield and they forget the bigger picture. They forget that, Russia was subjected to stringent sanctions by the collective West that were designed to break Russia's economy. Look at the Russian economy today. It's not broken. Russia is thriving. Yes, the sanctions are starting to pinch, but they didn't bring about the collapse. Why? Because of the policies of Vladimir Putin. They also forget that Russia didn't go to war against Ukraine. Russia started a special military operation of a very limited, scope and scale, designed not to occupy Kiev or defeat Kiev, but to compel Ukraine to the negotiating table. Less than a week after the SMO started, Ukraine went to the negotiating table. A month later, they had a finalized peace deal, the Istanbul Communique, that Ukraine was ready to sign, but it was the United States and Great Britain that pulled the plug on that to extend the conflict. Russia had to adapt to that. But, people are like, why didn't Russia mobilize sooner? How? With what? You're saying you should have mobilized what, in April 2022? Are you smart enough to tell me what the Russian economy was going to do, how it would react to the mobilization of 300,000 men? The answer is nobody knows how that. Vladimir Putin certainly didn't know that. He was still being advised by his economic advisors that the sanctions could result in a 20% constriction of the Russian economy. And how do you adapt to that? So he had to play it patient. It wasn't until the United States injected $50 billion, NATO retrained and rebuilt a Ukrainian army, injected tens of thousands of mercenaries, and they launched a surprise attack against the Russian military that was already beginning to withdraw per the peace agreement. People forget that. Russia had a good faith measure. Vladimir Putin just admitted something. Emmanuel Macron called him up and said, you can't expect Ukraine to sign the deal. Meaning Macron, the French president, said, Ukraine's ready to sign this deal, but they won't sign it with a pistol to their head. And Putin said, okay, we'll withdraw the troops from Kiev. We'll withdraw the troops from Sumy, from Chernaya. We'll start withdrawing the troops from Kharkov. And then France and everybody else stabbed Russia in the back yet again, and did that attack in the fall that recaptured those territories. Russia had to adapt to that. That's when they did the mobilization. But at that time, the economy had stabilized. We're only looking at a 2 to 4% constriction, and later it turned into growth. That's the genius of Vladimir Putin that all of these naysayers don't talk about. They don't talk about how he preserved the Russian economy. They don't talk about how he preserved Russia's position diplomatically around the world. If Russia had gone in hard, the Chinese may not be supporting Russia today. Iran may not be aligned with Russia today. Vladimir Putin has behaved in a very pragmatic, responsible manner that has managed this situation, and it's managed it very effectively. Maybe not to the bloodlust of those who don't fight, and yet they want to close with and destroy the enemy using other people. The Russian casualty figures are low compared to the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians right now have changed the paradigm. They are exclusively recruiting and training drone operators. So the war has become a very drone-centric war. And this has required some adaptation on the part of the Russians. But the Russians are prevailing. The notion that Marco Rubio says that the Russians are losing 50 to 20,000 soldiers a month is absolute bollocks. Nothing true about that, not even close to that. But the Russians are suffering casualties. Vietnam, we suffered 200 dead a week, and that was horrible for us. It broke our country. The Russians are suffering maybe 100 plus dead a day. It is a very bloody war. This is intensive combat. And this is where some people say we have to stop this. We have to stop shedding blood. We have the ability to transform this conflict. But to what end? because those people don't talk about the consequences of a war with Europe. They don't talk about what happens if you provoke Europe into putting boots on the ground. Now you have an expanded conflict, more Russians die. Putin has been working to eliminate that possibility, but Europe has now made it impossible. And now you finally have the Russian government recognizing not what was known in the past, because in the past Russia was managing this problem. But today you have Europe having crossed the line. They have created a safe haven where drones can be produced without Russian interdiction. These drones, together with intelligence, are provided to the Ukrainians to strike Russia's strategic depth, and they're starting to have an impact on Russia's economy. And this is an unsustainable thing. And so now you have a lot of bloggers, military bloggers, and people saying, we were right. We were right. Well, a broken clock's right twice a month or twice a day, sometimes twice a month, depending on the slow part of the clock. But the point is that okay, so they're right now that there has to be a change. But the time for this change wasn't a year ago or 2 years ago when they were crowing, because Putin was managing the problem effectively. The time for change is now because the situation has changed, and the Russians simply cannot allow Europe, to articulate preparations for war. Please never forget that. Europe is right now articulating preparations for war. We would not tolerate this as Americans. Absolutely not. If China was sitting there saying we are preparing for a war with the United States in 2030, and we see active preparation, we wouldn't sit back and go, don't worry about it. We'd say, no, you want a war? Let's do it now. Let's accelerate this process, because now we have the advantages. We're not going to wait for you to accrue advantages against us. We know this is the case. Europe is openly articulating and advocating for war against Russia 2029, 2030. And then you have, again, the nuclearization of the European military dynamic, which is unacceptable to Russia. You have Germany talking about the acquisition of nuclear weapons. Basically, Russia has decided that this is literally not going to continue. It's not a sustainable policy direction on the part of Europe.
Right. And that's why I wanted to get back to the second thing that Karaganov said there. He said that we should, and he said, I have advised the government that we should strike with conventional weapons at several locations. And I'm told from some others who claim to know that it's like military concerns or military factories, whether it's drones, missile components, rocket engines, etc., at locations inside of Europe. And of course, that carries almost immediate Article 5 initiations, which could have all kinds of ramifications. But the fact that he immediately then went to and then will escalate up to nuclear strike, if that doesn't deter them, I mean, that seems like you call this the fallacy. I think it's a definite risky situation to think that they can hit NATO countries, which have not been hit in anything so far, and then be ready to go right to nuclear weapons after that. Do you think Putin would be ready to do that if he strikes with conventional weapons?
I think Vladimir Putin has worked with General Gerasimov and other Russian military and national security people to devise a nuclear posture that is premised on no first use of nuclear weapons. And I think that the thinking that led to that applies today. That's why I call it the Karaganov fallacy. I don't think Russia gains anything from using nuclear weapons first. As I said, even if you don't trigger an immediate nuclear response, you've created a precedent that has to be acted on, and it will eventually lead to a general escalation and the world ends. Nuclear weapons can never be used. But Russia's nuclear arsenal is an effective deterrent against any effort on the part of Europe or the United States to counter the Russian conventional strike with nuclear weapons. But we also have to remember this. Article 5 is not an automatic. I mean, people who have read Article 5 of the NATO Charter understand that it calls for consultations and decisions will be made about what actions, if any, will be taken. A Russian strike against Europe is not a strike against NATO at this juncture. It's a strike against active participants in the Ukraine conflict. And therein lies the rub. Because Germany is taking actions inside Ukraine against Russia outside the framework of NATO. So is Great Britain, and so are other nations. NATO hasn't built these factories. Germany has built these factories. The United Kingdom has built these factories. These factories don't fall under the umbrella of Article 5 protections because these are nations engaged in armed conflicts. They are engaged in armed conflicts. That is the law of war. They are engaged in an armed conflict against Russia. So for Russia to retaliate in kind, doesn't trigger Article 5. And at a minimum, you would have many nations in NATO saying, no, Germany, you brought this on yourself. You didn't come to us and ask us for a united position on this. We didn't support this. Therefore, we're not going to support you. And the United States will be first and foremost among them. We are not.
So let me ask you on that question. I think it's pretty clear that with the U.S. attack against Iran in 2025, with the seizure of a head of state of Venezuela, with a complete violation of any law that exists anywhere, we could care less about the law. So if we say, Article 5 applies because we decided, even though our own laws and the articles itself said if you're attacked, not if somebody responds to your attack. So, right. But that doesn't matter. But the question is, it seems like and I'm talking conventional here, it seems like a pretty big risk for Russia to take to say, hey, we're going to hit some of these concerns, so you're going to finally feel the pain of what you've been doing to our troops over here. On the one hand, you can certainly argue that that's take your nationality out of it. That's just rational that a side would do that and not forever let the other side with impunity keep on killing your soldiers in a proxy conflict there. But there's obviously big risk to it. How do you see those risks being managed? And meaning that if they don't go with the fallacy that they would never do that, how do you see it playing out?
Well, first of all, I believe that Russia has had understood that there was a price to pay to keep this war limited to Ukrainian soil. They've engaged in a war of attrition that goes beyond simply the Ukrainian military, but it now factors in how to wear down the defense industrial potential of the collective West. And Russia has successfully done this. But I was in Russia last November, and I interviewed a gentleman who sits on the State Duma Committee on Protecting Energy Infrastructure. Basically, we had a conversation about how do you protect, Russia's expansive energy infrastructure from drone attacks. And it was interesting. He said, yes, the Ukrainians have had some success in striking some of our facilities, but these strikes have been, limited, and the damage done is minimal. We're able to rapidly repair these facilities and bring them up. And so, therefore, the pain that they're suffering, it's politically embarrassing, but Vladimir Putin has big shoulders. When look, on a bad day, Vladimir Putin has 78% support. Okay, an American politician killed for 78% support.
Yeah.
So on a bad day, it's 78. So Putin can handle this. The problem is now that the attacks that are taking place are doing damage to the Russia's energy infrastructure. That is having a meaningful impact on Russia's economy. It's become a strategic problem for Russia, unsustainable. And so now you've changed the equation. This is the European mistake. They've changed the equation now to make it impossible for Russia not to respond. They've escalated to the point where they've brought real harm to Russia. And so now political decisions become easy to make because you say, if we don't do anything, we are strategically defeated. And Russia will not allow itself to be strategically defeated. So the Europeans have made it impossible for Russia not to respond. Mm-hmm. So now the question isn't if Russia will respond. I think the answer is they're going to. But how? And this is where the debate is right now. Karaganov says conventional backed by nuclear. Now, that's always implied. But again, the Russian nuclear doctrine is not to use nuclear weapons preemptively, that Russia will not be the first to use nuclear weapons. What I see Russia doing is picking a handful of targets. And if you're German and you live near the Dusseldorf factory that's producing these drones, get the hell out. And if you're British and you live near the factory that's producing the FP5, you can get the hell out, because I believe these factories are going to go down, that Oreshnik is going to come in, not in a single strike, but in a significant strike, maybe a regiment per target, and a total eradication. As Vladimir Putin said, when we concentrate the Oreshnik capabilities, the effects will replicate that of a nuclear weapon. So we would be speaking about total eradication of factory installations, which is necessary, because you can't have at the end of a strike people going, well, there's a lot of light and sound, but not too much result. You need people to go, what the hell just happened? We need the entire world to go, oh my God, because you have to, as Kerrigan said, you must strike terror into the hearts of the European population so they understand the consequences of the policies being promulgated by their elected representatives. Right now, we have Europeans getting ready to go on vacation in the summer as if their governments aren't preparing for a world war with Russia in several years. And nobody's asking the question, why do we need to fight Russia? And at the same time, the irony is, while their military people are saying we need to prepare for war with Russia, the economic people are saying we got to prepare for bringing Russian energy back in. So these idiots in Germany think they're actually get Russia to turn on the energy, pipelines to fuel their economy so they can build a military necessary to fight Russia. The Europeans are brain dead. But sometimes brain dead people need to be knocked in the head to wake them up. And I think we're at the point now where Russia has made the decision. They're just waiting for the right time, the right place, the right circumstances.
Now, it's one thing if it's even somebody as influential as Karaganov or some YouTubers or bloggers or whatever, but it's a separate thing if messages are starting to come out of the Kremlin from Putin himself. I want to look at a couple of things here. Number one, there was one message that was sent. Putin flexes, this is from yesterday, with a powerful nuclear-capable missile test. And then I guess it was about right around the same time he had this. It's a little bit longer of a soundbite, but I chose it for an important point because here you have President Putin laying out a lineage of problems that go all the way back to our withdrawal from the ABM treaty.
После выхода Соединенных Штатов из договора по противоракетной обороне в 2002 году мы были вынуждены, хочу это подчеркнуть, вынуждены задуматься над обеспечением своей стратегической безопасности в условиях новой реальности и необходимости сохранения стратегического баланса сил. Поэтапно реализуем принятую в связи с этим программу развития ядерных сил. В 2004 году были начаты работа над ракетным комплексом межконтинентальной дальности «Авангард». С 2019 года он уже стоит на боевом дежурстве. Затем у нас появилась гиперзвуковая ракета воздушного базирования средней дальности «Кинжал», находящаяся на дежурстве 2017 года. Она уже применяется в ходе специальной военной операции, но работа по ее совершенствованию, в том числе по повышению точности в неядерном оснащении, продолжается. С 2025 года на боевое дежурство поставлен ракетный комплекс средней дальности наземного базирования «Орешник», который также может быть оснащен ядерными боеголовками. На завершающей стадии находятся работы над двумя комплексами с малыми ядерными двигательными установками, и это уникальный беспилотный подводный аппарат «Посейдон» и
So he laid out a whole lot of new technology that has all kinds of different capabilities. Much of it, like you said, with the Oreshnik can be conventional or non-nuclear. What is the overall message? Why do you think he chose to make that statement yesterday?
Well, first of all, this isn't a new statement. Back in 2016, Vladimir Putin met with a group of Western journalists, and he made the same statement, except he said, your behaviors are pushing us in a direction where we will have to respond, that there will be consequences for the withdrawal from the ABM treaty. The refusal of the United States to re-engage on missile defense means that Russia now must build an arsenal capable of defeating any missile defense that the United States and the collective West puts together. Maybe the United States wants to change direction. We didn't. In 2018, he gave a formal presentation, where he announced that Russia was going to build all these weapons. That's where he introduced the concept of the Sarmat, the concept of Poseidon, Burzveznik, of the Avangard hypersonic reentry vehicle. And he said, this is the direction to go. He said, we warned you about this. You didn't listen. Are you listening now? Well, obviously we weren't, because we withdrew from the INF treaty, and the direct consequences of the INF treaty is the Oreshnik, which is now there. Now what's happening is that Russia is beginning to field these weapons. These weapons have reached maturity. They're now ready to be deployed. So you see the Yars intercontinental ballistic missile with the Avangard loaded on board. You see the Poseidon missile on a purpose-built submarine being deployed. You see the Oreshnik missile missile deployed. You see the Sarmat missile, the heavy ICBM. It was important that Russia do a successful test because the last couple tests that they've tried with the Sarmat failed. And many people were starting to go around saying, oh, Russia's a paper tiger. They got nothing. Well, the Sarmat just went out there and guess what? It's a game changer. We can't shoot it down, and one Sarmat will destroy the east coast of the United States. And they're going to deploy regiments worth of this weapon system. It can come in from any direction. It's not your standard ballistic missile. It can go up and do what's called a fractional orbiter bombardment, meaning it can go around the world till it decides to come in any direction. And the weapon's powerful enough that it can break the ballistic trajectory and go on a flatter trajectory. The Russians have mastered solid rocket motor propulsion and guidance. This system you can't shoot it down. It's an invincible system, and it's literally a nation killer. One Sarmat can kill a country, and Russia's going to have a whole bunch of them. What Russia's done is actually delivered on the promises of Vladimir Putin, not threats. The promises. Remember, Putin said, I don't want to do this in 2016. This is not the direction I want to go. You're making me because you are doing things that threaten us. In 2018, he said, I have to take this action, but we could have limited it with good arms control. We could have limited it by being honest brokers. But we are liars, we are cheats, we are thieves. We don't believe in treaties. We withdraw from every treaty we're in, and we lie about the treaties that we want to enter into. We're no longer a reliable partner of peace, so Russia is deploying the weapons of war necessary to deter the United States from irresponsible actions. And that's what's happening here. But now you have people in Russia who say, we've done all this investment, and these aren't cheap. These are major investments. And they say, now that we've done it, we can't just sit on this because the West is acting as if we'll never use these weapons. And now there is where Karagana comes in. It's time to teach the West that we have these weapons and we will use these weapons if you cross certain lines, and you have crossed those lines.
Again, just taking off any of my nationality hats or anything else, just looking at this from a military analyst perspective, if I had been subjected to this nonstop support by a conglomeration of 50 nations that has been nonstop killing my people on the front lines, and now then providing additional capabilities for longer range drones to hit the infrastructure of our country, and there's clearly no intent to stop, and there is a stated intent to do more later on, then it would be foolish to do nothing. And then if I was going to do something like this conventional strike, I would, I guess, first lay the foundation by what Putin has done here by laying out all these cards. Do you want me to use any of these or not? And that seems to me that that's what I would do if I was getting ready to do something. So I'd like you to ask you one specific question here. There is a lot of reasoning I've heard from some Russian affiliated friends that I have, and they said that in 1940, it was pretty clear that Germany was going to eventually invade into the Soviet Union, but they ended up doing nothing. And then in June, of course, we know the invasion happened. The question is that on the mind of people in Russia today to where they say we're not going to be a June 1940 again? This time we're going to preemptively attack and not wait.
Well, I mean, of course, Russians know their history, and they're not going to let June 1941 happen. June 22nd, 1941, a very solemn.
I said 1940. I meant 1941.
Okay, yeah, but it's a very solemn day in Russia. Again, I've been there. I've seen how the Russians respond. There's nothing propagandist about it. It's real. I mean, when the Russians say there's 27 million sets of eyes staring down us on it every day saying, do not betray the sacrifice we've made for you, the Russians believe that. It's part of them. Maybe in America, we don't respect the 300,000+ who died in the Second World War because we've long since disgraced what they died for. But the Russians will not disgrace the 19 million Russians who died during the Second World War, the Great Patriotic War, the 27 million Soviets who died. So yes, it's on their mind, and they are not going to be set up for a repeat of that. But the notion that they're going to preempt, I think we need to understand that this isn't preemption. Russia has been attacked. Vodkinsk, the factory that produces the Yars, that produces the Topol-M, that produces the Oreshnik, that produces the what's the name of the solid rocket submarine missile? I can't remember. It begins with a B. But it was attacked by a Flamingo missile. 6 were fired at Vodkinsk. 5 were shot down. 1 hit workshop number 19, a very critical workshop involved in ballistic missile production. What would we do if a missile struck one of the major ballistic missile production facility in the United States? Would we sit there and go, no big deal? And it wasn't any missile. It was a missile built by the British, guidance provided by the Germans, intelligence provided by NATO to avoid air defenses and strike this specific target, a strategic industrial facility 1,000+ kilometers away from the front line on the foothills of the Ural Mountains. I worked there. I know the importance of this facility. Russia can't allow this to happen. Now, people say, well, Russia strikes facilities in Ukraine and all that. Well, you know what? Russia wasn't seeking to eradicate the cultural heritage of Ukraine either. It was the Ukrainians that, we have Tony Blinken, who's come out and just admitted it straight up, that we were arming the Ukrainians in the fall of 2021 so they could carry out a preemptive strike against the Donbass in the spring of 2022. The Russians said that's why they enacted the SMO, to preempt. And everybody at the time said, that's propaganda. No, it's stated fact. 60,000 NATO-trained Ukrainian soldiers massing on the border of the Donbass, ready to strike against Donetsk and Lugansk to bring an end to the separatist intent of these countries. These are Russian civilians that have been called terrorists by the Ukrainians, and Russia wasn't going to sit back and let this happen. So that's what brought on this conflict. And when Ukraine made the decision to escalate the conflict, Russia struck in time. Now Ukraine has escalated more with NATO assistance. Russia is going to take Ukraine off the game board. That's what's going to happen.
So now
off the game board.
There are those in the United States, and I've talked to a number of them here recently, that actually don't pay much attention to what's going on in the Russia-Ukraine war, because they say it's a stalemate. It's been, the line hasn't hardly moved in the last 2.5, 3 years. And because that's all Russia can do. They haven't done any more of that because they can't do any more of that. So if we want to just let them keep on burning their troops down to some number or whatever, that's fine. It'll stay contained. But you're saying that is a misreading of the situation. And one may wonder what would have to happen. Two questions I got. We'll start with this one first. What would have to happen? What could potentially, I know you're not involved with the decision making, but what is theoretically could trigger this next strike of something that goes into a Western country?
It's already triggered. The decisions have been made. So it's now just a question of timing, meaning, what the Russians are looking at now is when they initiate this action, and I believe they will initiate this action, are they prepared for the follow-up? Let me put some other things in perspective too. When the conflict started, the size of the Russian military is 900,000 men. Sometime in 2023, Russia increased the size of their military to 1.6 million. Now that's 700,000. So people talk about Russian defense industry. The Russians aren't just building weapons for the war, which is a war of attrition, chewing through material, but they're doing it to build up a 700,000 man expansion of the military. That's why I laugh when the Germans are like, we're going to build a 300,000 man army. Boy, the Russians are really scared about that. But then the Russians have now gone even further, 2.2 million. Now, you know this, Colonel. When you have a soldier, that soldier needs infrastructure. That soldier needs equipment. You need not just the basic loadout, but you need all the ammunition backed up to support any contingency. Russia has been building this. People are so ignorant about Russia right now because they focus on what's going on in the special military operation, not understanding that right across from the Finnish border in the St. Petersburg military district, which is new, there's a 70,000 strong Russian Army Corps that has been built from scratch, that is fully equipped and fully prepared to wage war against NATO. NATO is not prepared to do that. The Russians have built up additional forces. The Russians have been expanding their military and building the logistical sustainability for this military while they're fighting this major war. So the Russians have defeated us hands down in the defense industry standpoint. So Russia's ready, but there are economic considerations. Vladimir Putin is a strategic thinker. You don't initiate something until you have made sure that all your ducks are in order. So when the Russians get all their ducks in order, and there are a lot of meetings taking place in Russia right now, Russia will do what it needs to do unless there is a change of behavior on the part of Europe. And there, the one thing that the Russians recognize is that none of the leaders who today are articulating this aggressive stance have a political future. Merz is not going to win the next parliamentarian election. Macron is on his way out in 2027, could leave sooner. Keir Starmer is a joke. His party just collapsed. The polls are talking about removing him right now. And none of the militaries work. The British have said, we can't buy any new equipment until 2030. We don't have anything. So forget the British military. They've always been a joke. You could fill a modern soccer stadium. We're getting ready for the World Cup. One of these stadiums we're going to host a game. You could put the entire British military inside it and still have 30,000 unsold seats. So they're a joke. Forget about the Brits. The French, they can't deploy more than 7,000 troops at once, and they don't have the airlift capacity, and they have no logistic sustainability. So they're a joke, and they can't build up because they have an economy that doesn't function. This is why their governments have collapsed repeatedly because of budgetary issues. And you're suddenly going to say that they're going to sacrifice pensions and other worker compensation to build up a military for a war that doesn't need to exist. So they're done. And then we have the Germans. They put 111 billion euro into a military replenishment fund, and they can't say what they built with it. 111 billion euro went into this replenishment fund in 2022, and they've got nothing to show for it because their military is so broken, so fundamentally broken, that it's just a money pit. And they could just pour money in. The Germans can't do anything. They mobilized this brigade going to Lithuania. Always a bad idea to have a German brigade in Lithuania going up against the Russians. But hey, I'm just a historian. What do I know? But they can't.
You can also count.
This brigade, 5,000, but it's not even a full. There's 3 battalions in this brigade. One of those battalions is a mixed NATO battalion. And then there's 2. There's a German armored battalion and a German armored infantry battalion. They don't have vehicles for these battalions. And the German industry can't build these vehicles because German steelworks can't produce the armor because they can't afford the gas. They're shut down. So the Germans have to buy the steel plate from the Swedes. But everybody right now is looking to buy the steel plate from the Swedes. So there's a backlog. This is the state of reality that Europe can do nothing right now.
Okay, so let me ask you a follow-on question. What you're saying so far is profound. This is earth-shattering, and nobody is talking about this. The logic is very sound, but I've not heard anybody say that basically the decision has been made. They're just looking for the execution, unless there's a change on the Western side. That was the second question I was going to ask too, because if now I am putting on my Western military hat, and I'm going to say, okay, looking at reality, as you just said here on the ground, we have spent the last 4+ years giving tens of thousands of combat vehicles and other kinds of equipment to Ukraine. They have expended thousands upon thousands of long-range missiles. I mean, you name it. Interceptor missiles just in the huge numbers. And then, of course, here we've just blown up through another huge portion in Iran. And so the United States has burned through those. So we got nothing left to give to our European allies. They don't have enough. They can't, their industrial capacity can't build squat. So if Russia does what you say, our hands are empty. There's almost nothing we can do unless we want to get foolish and say, no, we are going to fire some missiles back and hit something inside of Russia, which would then, I think, elevate the thoughts of Karaganov and his kind of folks too. This is a really, really dangerous place here. How do you see it playing out?
Well, it's very dangerous. Let me just, again, if you want, let's just talk numbers. The Russians have built a Shahed factory outside of Kazan. That Shahed is the Shahed 136, the triangular shaped Delta drone that's ubiquitous. I shouldn't use big words when I can't say it right. My brain was saying it, my mouth was stumbling. But it's used a lot. That's how a Marine speaks. They use a lot of them. The production capacity of that a couple years ago was 1,000 a day. The maximum usage of the drones up until that time, the Russians were using 250, 300 a day. That means that Russia was stockpiling 750, 700 of these a day. Now the size of that facility has tripled, and they're producing not just 136s, but they're building new jet versions. The Geran is what's called the Geranium. They have the Geranium 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now the 6, which is just basically like a V2 looking rocket. And the Russians are just pumping these things out. They're stockpiling them. The Russians just showed the other day that they can saturate Ukraine's airspace, 1,500 launched in a day. They can expand that launch capacity. They can darken the skies of Europe, and Europe has no air defense. I'll just say that one more time. Europe has no air defense. There's no air defense in Europe today. The Germans know this. They said, what can we do to stop a Russian attack on Germany? The answer is nothing. There's nothing you can do because you have nothing. You literally have no air defense capacity. Russia can darken the skies of Europe with drones. Again, if they want to put 3,000 drones over Europe a day, and I just told you what their capacity. They've been bankrolling 700 a day. So in 10 days, that's 7,000. In a month, that's 21,000. It's now been a couple years. So the Russians will be able to sustain a 3,000 drone a day attack against a continent that can't defend itself for several months, meaning they will literally flatten everything. There's nothing Europe can do. Now we bring to bear the fact that the Oreshnik and other long-range missiles, because the United States in our stupidity have withdrawn from the INF Treaty, and now the Russians have take action. It's not just the Oreshnik they have an Oreshnik 2.0 that nobody's talking about now, which is an improvement on the Oreshnik. They have the Iskander K, which is a long-range cruise missile variant of the Iskander missile. So Russia will be able to fire hundreds of these a day into strategic targets, aircraft, bunkers, etc. Europe is defenseless. There's nothing Europe can do to defend itself. This is my way of telling the Europeans, shut up. You will lose. You've got nothing. You have no capacity to counter this. The Americans didn't have enough. Even if we had saved all our weapons, we can't match the Russians strike for strike. And today we've got nothing. Listen to what they say in Congress. We have depleted our long-range standoff weapons. Europe has no capacity for long-range standoff weapons. And even if they did, they can't survive the repeated strikes that'll come in and destroy the infrastructure necessary to deploy this capacity. So it's game, set, match. The Russians have already won this war. What needs to happen now is for Europe to recognize this reality and recognize the stupidity of literally trying to push towards a war.
So two questions. First, what do you say to those people who say Russia would never actually do that? They're not going to cross the line because they know we've got Article 5 and we've got nuclear weapons. And if they started down this path, then it's going to be nuclear Armageddon and they're going to lose. So they would never do that. What do you say to that?
Are you trying to tell me that the United States has made the decision to use nuclear weapons preemptively in a non-nuclear environment?
No. I'm saying they wouldn't even launch these clouds of UAVs and drones because they know the Russians. They know that we would then reply with nuclear weapons, so they would never advance that big.
We wouldn't reply with nuclear weapons. We've already said we wouldn't reply with nuclear weapons. In fact, during the Biden administration, we said if Russia used a nuclear weapon against Ukraine, we would respond non-nuclear, with long-range standoff weapons, which we no longer have, by the way. So, we're not going to respond with nuclear weapons. If Russia launches a conventional attack against Europe, we'd have to respond conventionally, and we lack it right now. And there's no way Europe's going to commit suicide. What is Europe going to do? Could you imagine the decision-making, discussion in Paris? Oh, Mr. President, I can't use a French accent, so I won't try. But France wins. But something you don't hear every day. Cheers. But so they launch a drone attack against Germany. Now the French meet. They say, what weapons do they use? A bunch of Shaheeds, a couple of Oreshniks. What's our response? What are you going to launch a couple nukes from a submarine? Mr. President, the moment the submarine launches, the Russians are going to hit us with 2% of their nuclear arsenal, and all of France will disappear. Because that's the discussion that will be had in London, in Paris, anywhere. The second we respond with something that looks like a nuclear weapon, the Russians have said, we won't be the first to launch, but we're not going to be the first to receive. Meaning that if the Russians detect a launch, the Russians will respond with everything they have. So now you put yourself in a French decision maker. You're going to make that call? Well, especially if somebody in your intelligence says, well, this German sort of asked for it, boss. We've been warning you about the consequences of building weapons for the Ukrainians and giving it to the Ukrainians and giving intelligence that the Russians aren't going to sit there and take that all day. So Russia has responded with conventional weapons. We have no ability to respond conventionally. What do we do, Mr. President? You want to commit suicide? You want to fire a nuke against Russia and Russia will kill everybody here and in all of Europe? Do you want that, Mr. President? The answer is no. Europe will do nothing, and the Russians know they will do nothing. Want to know why the Russians know they will do nothing? Because Russian intelligence is pretty damn good. And if you don't think the Russians have literally recruited people on the inside of the decision-making cycles in a completely broken up France. France is the easiest place to recruit a politician nowadays because they have political dissension everywhere. England's the second easiest place to recruit. Germany, Russia owns Germany in terms of inside decision making. Russia has intelligence operatives throughout Europe, and they know exactly what Europe's thinking. And so I don't think the Russians, I think Vladimir Putin is a very well-informed national leader who has been very pragmatic for a reason. There's a reason why he hasn't been seeking to expand this conflict, because he's been confident in the outcome. But now Europe has crossed red lines. Europe has empowered Ukraine to bring real harm to Russia. So Russia is going to take Ukraine off the playing field and punish Europe, because Russia can't sit back and allow Europe to believe that they can build up a military capable of fighting Russia by 2029, 2030. I think the decision's already been made.
And has anybody in Russia, even if it's bloggers or anybody else, has said this publicly, that it's basically the red line has been crossed? It's now only a matter of timing before something gets struck in Europe?
I don't think people in Russia dare speak on behalf of Vladimir Putin. This is a decision only Vladimir Putin can make. There are people that say there's a need to do this, but nobody's going to be speaking about policy decisions. That's just the way Russia.
And so what leads you to make this confident assertion? Because it's earth-shattering.
Because I've been studying Russia for my entire adult life. And I know a couple things about the Russians, that for Russians, words matter. Everything the Russians say matter. Every word counts. Russians don't use word lightly, especially Russians in government service. And as you pointed out, there is a marked change in the tone of Russian leadership. And I'm not a fluent Russian speaker. I butcher Russian almost as bad as I butcher the English language. But I know some people who are. Ray McGovern, who I believe you know very well, is a very seasoned Russian analyst who speaks the Russian language fluently. And he not only picks up on the interpretation that I read, the translations, but the exact Russian words. You know, Russians can use different words to say the same thing, and the words they use bring about a different meaning. And Ray McGovern has been listening to the words being used by the Russians and their very specific language. And I think the Russians have tightened their language, tightened their messaging. But the problem is the West, we don't have people educated enough to understand the messaging that Russia's putting out there. But by reading this, again, I'm not bragging, but I've done connect the dot predictive analysis my entire adult life. And I've got the vast majority of things right. And where I've gotten it wrong, it's just because certain, for instance, I like reading your comments. Ritter, you said they were going to take Kiev in 3 days. I actually said 7 days. But I happen to match the assessment of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the director of the CIA, who all believed that when Russia crossed the border, Russia was going in for the kill, that this was a full-scale military invasion. I was wrong. Nobody predicted the special military operation. There's not a single person out there that says, I knew it was a special military operation. And when Russia announced it was a special military operation, none of these people said, I know what that means. Nobody knows what it means. And ever since then, we've been assessing the situation based upon an incomplete set of facts. But one thing I've been consistent on, Russia's going to win this war. Russia will not lose this war. NATO does not have the capacity to defeat Russia, and Ukraine doesn't have the capacity to survive a war of attrition against Russia. Now we're seeing it play out. NATO wanted to change the paradigm by playing stupid games. It's an MI6-driven operation, but now they're going to pay the price. I've listened to the Russians. As I said, I was at the Russian embassy on May 7th, the day they celebrated Victory Day. I listened to the speech. I listened to the videos. I listened to the officers. And I walked away saying, this is a completely different atmosphere. It's a darker atmosphere. It's an atmosphere that is preparing for war, not preparing for peace.
Yeah, we had actually John Mearsheimer on our show yesterday come to that same conclusion. He thinks something is coming that we're just psychologically not prepared for. So maybe the most important question I've asked you in this whole show, is there anything that the West can do to sober up and can change the outcome so that we don't get into that war, or is it too late?
There is one thing that could do. Europe has to stop this nonsense. Right now, Europe needs to do a complete reevaluation of where they are realistically. And there's a way you can do it to save face. They can say that the energy security paradigm has shifted so much that Europe has to take a look at preserving their own inherent industrial capacity by regaining access to reliable supplies of energy. And as long as the Strait of Hormuz can be constricted by Iran at any point in time, Europe needs to recognize that the United States lacks the capacity to provide Europe with energy on a sustainable and affordable basis. The only nation that can do that is Russia. So Europe is going to have to reevaluate its energy relationship with Russia. And once you do that, you have to recognize, therefore, that Russia has to become a strategic partner of economic growth as opposed to the strategic enemy that they posit. And when you make that decision, you can de-emphasize the military. They need to stop talking the rhetoric. NATO needs to go away or at least become realistic. But this concept that NATO is somehow the equivalent of Russia and that Europe can replace the United States and build this military up, irresponsible thought. But the way you act on that, because you say actions speak louder than words. Ukraine. Europe needs to bring an end to this war. Europe needs to recognize that the Ukraine gambit, and let's just remember that Europe and the United States created the conditions for this war. People don't understand the history. You don't understand that the CIA has been using Western Ukrainians as a foil against Soviet Union and Russia since 1948. Since 1948. You may know this, but the U.S. Special Forces had a plan in the 1950s of turning Ukraine into a irregular warfare ground that Special Forces groups were going to parachute in and create teams to fight against the Russians. That was our plan. We'd always be planning to use Ukraine against Russia to foil. And Europe has acted on that. We've acted on that. We need to stop. We need to cease and desist. People don't know what happened in 2004 when the CIA, together with others, orchestrated a coup. The first coup against Viktor Yanukovych, the so-called Orange Revolution, where we had 3 presidential elections. Yanukovych won the first 2. We wouldn't allow that to happen, so we orchestrated a illegal third election and got the candidate in. Yushchenko, who turned out to be a nationalist, the first thing he did is make Stepan Bandera the national hero of Ukraine, a Nazi, the national hero of Ukraine. You understand the direction? Well, in 2010, we tried it again, but Yanukovych came back. So in 2014, we did the coup de grace, the final coup, to remove Yanukovych, put the nationalists in charge, and begin the process of transforming Ukraine into a sword into the belly of Russia. We started this war. The United States, Europe, Russia's going to finish this war. Russia's done, and Europe and the United States need to basically say, it's over. The Ukraine gambit is finished, and we're going to be walking away from this conflict, recognizing Russia's not only victory, but inherent right. I got too excited and I burned my throat out. The inherent right to dictate, the role that Ukraine plays. Russia doesn't want to destroy Ukraine. Look at the relationship between Russia and Belarus. It's premised on equality. People out there, Google it. The Union State. The Union State is a political, economic relationship between Belarus and Russia. I've been to Belarus recently. I've spoken to Belarus. They don't feel like they're an occupied power, a subjugated power. They're independent, proud, independent nation that has a relationship with Russia that's based upon friendship. They talk about the 3 sisters. That's Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine. And so the vision of Russia isn't to punish Ukraine, occupy Ukraine, destroy Ukraine. The vision of Russia is to bring Ukraine into the 3 sisters where it belongs. Ukraine is not a European country. Ukraine is a Eurasian country, forever historically and culturally linked to Russia. And that's where the Russians want to go with this. And the West basically needs to say, yeah, that's what's going to happen. If they don't, if they want to continue to play the Ukraine card to the last Ukrainian, they're going to find that they're going to pay it.
Scott, what is so painful to acknowledge is that up until, I think, February the 20th, 2014, Ukraine was an entire whole entity that Russia was willing to do business with in its form indefinitely. I've had some I didn't have interviews. I played interviews with Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, who has said, yeah, we were even after the Maidan issue, he said Russia was willing to have a negotiation for new elections, and we would abide by whatever that came out, and we would still have relations with them. I'm sorry. Where the Sevastopol down there in Crimea, would have stayed part of Ukraine. But because of the actions that we took, we just destroyed all that. And now then years later, the final bitter victory, if what you've described, if the Russians are going to do what you suggested they will, or what you assess that they're going to, we will have sacrificed the entire political independence of the country just because of our arrogance and our desire to try and make it something else.
What people don't realize is even after Russia started the special military operation, even after they created the land bridge that connected Crimea to the Donbass and onto Russia, the peace settlement that Russia was agreeing to in the Istanbul Communique returned Kherson and Zaporizhia to Ukraine. All the Russians were looking for is that the referendum of the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republic be respected by Ukraine, that they were independent states. And then what Russia said is that let them be independent, then they get to make a decision. Do they want to stay independent? Do they want to go back to Ukraine? Do they want to be part of Russia? But, Russia wasn't trying to force the situation. The referendum of September 2022 only came after the United States and NATO injected $50 to $60 billion of military equipment, retrained a defeated Ukrainian army, and infused it with tens of thousands of Western-trained mercenaries, and launched a surprise attack against the Russians at the time that the Russians were starting to withdraw their troops in accordance with the Istanbul Communique. The Russians weren't looking for this outcome. They didn't go to war to have this outcome. This outcome is a cause-effect relationship between bad decisions made by Ukraine and the West.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how it works out. I've never hoped that somebody is more wrong than I hope that you're wrong about what could come next, because the parameters of life that we all have come to just accept it at face value will radically change, and I don't think anybody's prepared for that in the West. A lot of things are going to change. And
I agree with you.
Unfortunately, I also cannot simultaneously say, so I hope Russia just doesn't do anything and they just continue to let NATO do what they're doing, because that's not sustainable either. It's just, this is not sustainable, is the bottom line.
But, Colonel, if we had a talk this time last year about the stupidity of America launching an attack against Iran, we would have said, well, it's unimaginable America would do that because of the consequences. Yeah. Well, here we are living with the consequences. We live in a world where the unimaginable has become the reality because of the stupidity of Western policymakers.
I'd say it's hard to argue with that. Yeah, we're definitely living it now, and that's probably not the end of it. Well, listen,
Coffee, follow me.